Dear chess friends, welcome to our official broadcast of the FIDE Women's World Cup in Batumi. My name is Almira Skripchenko, but I hope that we already got to know each other better. This is our daily rendezvous, and today in our studio, I'm joined by Grandmaster Valeri Gafrindashvili. Welcome
Hello.
back, Valeri. By the way, if you join our broadcast only at this stage, I would like an official letter of excuse, and I will check it thoroughly, so just list the number of reasons why you're joining it only right now. Unless you've been on an intergalactic, adventure somewhere, you do know that today the quarterfinals start, and it's a historic moment for women's chess, Valeri, because I've been looking at the numbers, and for the first time, well, at least in the history of the World Cups, but I think in the history of the tournaments with the knockout format, we have 7 players representing Asia and only 1 player representing Europe. Let's say the classical chess school at the beginning, it's Nana Dzagnidze, but all other players are representing China, and 4 players, I think for the first time in history, are representing India. Valeri, what are your thoughts on this moment?
Okay.
Yes.
For that moment, I'm just proud that out of that 8 players, there is 1 Georgian. This is all what I can say. I'm impressed.
So let's have a look at the pairings. As you can see, number 1 seed Lei Ting-ji is playing against Nana Dzagnidze. Nana Dzagnidze, if I can make a joke in this final tableau, is a statistical anomaly. Hampi Koneru is facing young Chinese player Song Yuxin. Deshmukh is playing against her compatriot Dronavalli, and Vaishali Babu, she is facing another tournament favorite Tan Zhongyi. But at this stage, all matches are going to be very balanced, close, and after the tie breaks, which we've seen yesterday, I think that the pressure is there. The stakes are...
Too much of it.
Yes, the stakes are getting higher and higher, of course. And I've been at this stage 3 times, by the way, Valeri.
In quarterfinals?
Yes, in quarterfinals. And I remember that the biggest difference, I think, is your mental strength here.
Yes.
Because the fatigue is taking its toll on the players. Of course, they have to show resilience. Mm-hmm. And those who will qualify for the semifinals and from these quarterfinals, they will be probably the strongest players mentally.
Mentally, yeah,
yes.
First of all, yeah.
So as you can see...
Because as a chess player, they are all good.
Of course, there is no doubt about that. And as you can see, the stage is ready to welcome the players. And the first player to arrive is Deshmukh. She is ready. She is playing very well in this event, and what an achievement it was yesterday. She defeated Zhu Jinner in a dramatic tiebreak to advance for this stage of day 1, the quarterfinals. Welcome to Georgia, welcome to Batumi. It's a sunny sea resort, but I doubt that the players have a lot of time to spend and to wander around the city, because they barely had time to get some sleep after yesterday's tiebreak. Forget about everything and start all over again, Valeri.
Yeah, actually some of them got more luck that did not play tie breaks yesterday, and they have the whole day to have a rest and prepare.
Maybe, when you have a rest day, of course, it's fine, but then a few opponents were not announced yet, so they had to go through those tiebreaks with us,
that's
and they
also
were
true. Yeah, sure.
Yes, they were waiting, because I remember it's like when I was expecting one opponent or another, you're going through their games in the database, and then the volume of information that you need to take in. This is simply too much. Yes, Valeri, the prizes.
Let's go.
Just a second. I think first Charlize is in the playing hall, and then we will review our prizes.
We started with 107 players here at the World Cup, and today in this hall we will only see 8. You'll notice the empty space, lack of tables, because we only have 4 of them left, 2 on the main stage and 2 on either side. It's getting really exciting, heating up. 4 Indian players, 3 Chinese players, and of course Georgian local hero. Everything to play for going into the semi-finals. Players are not here quite yet. We've got about 5 minutes left, but an interesting thing I can tell you from the playing hall is that each of them kind of have a little routine that they do before the game starts. Either going to get fruit, to get coffee, meditating a bit. Hampi's always the first one to arrive. So let's see as they start coming in. Here we've got Song, and the others should be here pretty soon, waiting until the very last moment to come in, sit at the board, and face their opponents. Tough games today. Back to the studio.
Thank you, Charlize. And of course, those daily routines are extremely important. Every detail can affect your mood or affect your concentration, so it's whatever works. So maybe we should start asking questions about their superstitions, maybe their favorite band, their favorite song. Valerie, did you have any of those when you were playing chess? Okay. Maybe you can develop on this. Yes,
yes, I have to think about that in future.
Okay, but first let's have a look at our prizes. It's round 5. The quarterfinals are here, and the players who qualified for this stage of the event will get $14,000, and those who will go farther to the semifinals, the fourth place is $20,000, and the bronze medal will get $25,000. So the silver medalist of this event will win $35,000, and the winner of this event will leave Batumi with $50,000.
Hopefully.
Yes, hopefully.
Yesterday you said there are a lot of casinos
yes,
around.
Yes, of course.
So.
With the overall prize fund is very close to $700,000. I was wondering about this 250, so maybe there was a better number, like $700,000, but then someone, spent the night in the casino, and then we're left with the $691,300.
$9,000 disappeared. So.
Oh, of course, I'm kidding, but let's better hit and run. Yes, so the winner of this event, of course, will have its name written in the chess history. And the top 3 players will qualify for the candidates tournament. Don't forget that a lot of it is at stake now, and of course, players are dreaming, but they're not there yet. Yes, only 8 players are left in this event. And before we start analyzing the games, maybe let's have a closer look of our playing hall. I wanted to share with you those details that I've been studying this night. When I'm not sleeping, that's what, that's what I'm doing. So I've looked at the past World Cups, 2021 and 2023. One important detail. So Tan Zhongyi is one of the players that was in the quarterfinals in those events too. So that's her, and she's on your screen, that's her 3rd quarterfinal in a row. She is performing very consistently, and she's of course a former world champion, and this title she won also in a knockout event. Then, so in Sochi 2021, we had only 2 players representing Asia. Tan Zhongyi was one of them, and Dinara Sadvakasova was another player from Kazakhstan. All the other players were representing Ukraine, Russia. So, and Georgia, Nana Dzagnidze was in the quarterfinals in Sochi. So we had Alexander Goryachkin, Nana Dzagnidze, Muzichuk Anna, Alexandra Kostyanyuk, Valentina Gunina, and Katerina Lagno. This was Sochi 2021. Let's look at the picture of the World Cup quarterfinals in Baku 2023. We had Tanjungi once again, and then another player representing Asia was Harika Dronavalli. Harika Dronavalli is also performing very well in a knockout format. Here she is. So she is playing the quarterfinals for the second time in a row. It's a very impressive result. And at that time we had qualified for the quarterfinals Elizabeth Pets. Anna Muzichuk, once again, she didn't make it in this event because she was eliminated by Yuxin Song. Polina Shuvalova, Nurgil Salimova, Bela Khotinashvili. So another Georgian player made it to the quarterfinals at that time in Baku, and Alexandra Goryachkina. So Alexandra Goryachkina didn't make it in this event. So as we know, 3 Chinese players are here, 4 Indian players and 1 Georgian player. So can we talk about this historic change, Valery? Alexandra Goryachkina didn't make it, Anna Muzichuk didn't make it, and we have different generations represented in this quarterfinals.
It's actually nice to see. It's nice to see when the new generation is coming. They are there. It's always very interesting to take a look at them.
But at the same time, let's have a look at the players. So we have Nana Dzagnidze against Lei Tsinji. So Nana Dzagnidze and Hampi Koneru is one of the most experienced players at this quarterfinals because she is 38 and Hampi Koneru is also 38. We have Song Yuxing and Divya Deshmukh who are 19.
That's impressive.
Then we have Harika Dronavalli and Tanjungi. They represent the same generation. I think they're 35. Somewhere in the middle, you have Lei Tsinji, then Vaishali Ramesh Babu. You know, it's a very interesting quarterfinal. And let's have a look at the first move played by Nana. Knight f3 took Lei Tsinji by a surprise.
I don't think it is surprise
but
because
she didn't
Nana is doing
reply.
Knight f3 a lot of times, often, yeah?
Of course, you know her very well. Maybe you can share a few secrets now and then, you know, not of her preparation, but maybe of the way that she approaches these matches. Do you think that she is very calm now?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? No. So it's like,
Nobody's calm here now. You know? Okay, minus plus. Of course, somebody is more calm and somebody less.
but Katie told us that she was a very calm person, you know, in general. Of course, her chess games do not reflect that at all. She's a very creative, sometimes even very aggressive player. Katie described her as a shark. You know, she's like, we circle around you, prepare everything, and then, you know, when the moment comes, she
He's going to eat.
Yes. So knight f3, Lei Tsinji took her time. She played d5, c4 was played by Nana, so for the moment she didn't play d4. c6, will we transpose to the Slav defense after d4, or will Nana play a rare move order in this position, something
It
like
is more expected.
b3? Do you
B3 or E3?
b3 or e3? Okay, so let's wait for a moment. Nana is taking her time, of course,
E3.
and she played e3. It's a very flexible move order in the opening stage, of course, because it allows you to play d4 later, but maybe to play the variation with b3. Let's show bishop b2, knight c3, and sometimes g4. I know
again,
that, and
again you are here.
Yes, again. You know, this night I was thinking that as much as I love this move g5, you know, I had to spend some time and to understand the roots, you know, of this obsession, if I might say. Maybe it's coming back to the childhood where we first studied the king's gambit, you know, e4, e5, and then f4, e takes f4, knight f3, and then as a kid, you want to keep this pawn, so you play h6, g5. You know, so I started my introspection. But as you can see, Nana just played knight c3 after knight f6. Okay, so let's move to another game between Divya Deshmukh, who is playing her compatriot, Harika Dronavalli. Those matches are never easy because not only she's playing her compatriot, she's playing her teammate, maybe her friend, even though that there is a generational gap. But for the pleasure of the Indian fans, we can already state that there will be an Indian player qualified, yes, for the semi-final of this World Cup. So
That's a fact.
who will prevail in this match? Only time shall tell. But both players, of course, deserve to be here. E4, E5, knight F3, knight C6, bishop B5. So we have the Ruy Lopez. After knight F6, so Divya decided to play knight C3, the Spanish, with knight C3 actually that I know something about because I play this opening myself. So first of all, you avoid the Berlin with knight E4, which was one of the Harika's options before knight C3 if you play castle. Yes, Berlin, the opening Spanish that I wanted to say. So you can take on E4. And
By the way, do you know any history about the Ruy Lopez? Who was that person and what was he doing?
this Ruy Lopez, he was a Spanish writer, I think. No?
Has to be, yeah.
Yes, because like I
And how it's connected to this opening?
well, this I don't remember, so because I actually, when I was in Salamanca, I remember I played the tournament, we went to the university library, and there, for the first time in my life, I've seen the book, written by Lucena, and it's one of the oldest book, ever written on chess. But like I don't see. Let me check because I think that Ruy Lopez, he was. It's Spanish opening, of course, but character. Let me check.
Okay, so in the game was knight c3, bishop c5,
Why
and
does
the
it bear the
d3
name
variation.
of the Ruy Lopez? And of course, this book of Lucena, it was the late 15th century, so it might be at the same time, yes, at the Ruy Lopez, so classical Spanish game. Oh, no, actually, it was a priest, because I thought that it was, so he written a book, but actually at the beginning, yes, he was a priest.
Wow.
So I remember, yes, the book which was written. It's how do you translate it in English? In Spanish, it was Libro del Ajedrez, but so
The book of the chess.
yes, it's like it was written in the 16th century, but I didn't know that at the beginning, yes, he was a Spanish priest, and he. So he bears, this opening bears his name. But okay, let's have a look at the opening. So knight c3, bishop c5.
d3 and d6.
Yes, it's one of the main replies to knight c3, of course. So yes, let's refresh our board. So what is the idea behind the move knight c3? If you accept the idea that you do not allow black to take on e4, it's very important to understand that the opening concept is a bit different, and sometimes you find yourself in the positions which look very much like gioco piano. Because the knight with knight c3, so the bishop will be on b3, then white will play a3. But here, Divya goes for another structural change, because after the move d6, she immediately took on c6. So b takes c6, and she castled. It's very interesting because I myself...
As we see, she has a very good opening preparation.
Yes.
You know?
I was preparing a lot of lines with bishop g5. Let's just show.
Instead of taking on c6, or where do you
Yes,
mean?
so after d6, but because black can also play b5, of course, bishop b3, so there you can play d6 once again. So then bishop g5 is one of the main moves. Let's just show. Harika started this position, that's the way she approaches this line. She started with the move d6, and she didn't play b5. So I was more familiar with the move bishop g5 here. That's the line that I've studied a lot. And then after h6, bishop h4, black's move. Now you know it, yes? Say it.
G5.
G5, of course. So with a very
Voila.
yes, with a very complex middle game. And Divi has chosen to play bishop c6 here. It's a very interesting approach. So let me just have a look at the moves. So b takes c6, because black can no longer take with d takes c6 and then play bishop d6, as we know that can happen.
Yeah.
And then knight d7, rook f8, knight f. Let's just show it a little bit so you will understand how players think. So let's say after d3, or after bishop c5, you just take first bishop c6, d takes c6 is possible, and then you play d3. Just so here you always replace your bishop on d6. Let's just show it a little bit, like bishop d6 protecting the pawn on e5. Then let's say castle, castle. Maybe just a few moves, h3. So black's idea is to play c5 to cement the center, then rook e8. Knight d7, knight f8, knight e6. Yes, something like this. So Divi, of course, knows all this. She decided to take on c6 because d takes c6 is no longer possible because black played d6. And after d takes c6, castle happened.
And
you know,
bishop e3.
Bishop e3. We can have a lot of games by transposition here, because let me check. Bishop e3 is one of the main moves here, but I have only 2 games, I think, which were played in classical chess. No, it was still Blitz. Maxim Vaishali-Graf played this against Samuel Sevian. Okay, I'm not familiar with this line, it's very rare, but this idea of bishop e3 is very typical. So Harika is still thinking, but in that game we had bishop e3, f takes e3, queen e7, and white's idea here is to play queen e1 and to transfer the queen maybe to g3 or h4 when needed, then to double the rooks on the f file. Yes, play knight g5 and sacrifice something on f6.
After knight on
Yes.
g5.
But then, of course, given the structure in the center, black tries to play d5. Yes, and it's going to be a theoretical battle here. Let me check the second game. If after I have also Safarli against Konstantin Peirer. Another way of playing this position was demonstrated by black here. They took on e3, f takes c3, and black played c5. So queen e1 once again was played, and then bishop e6. I'm wondering how about knight g5 here, especially if the bishop is on e6, but maybe black
Maybe
thinks...
just h6, for example.
Ah, you think that h6. I thought maybe bishop d7 and then h6. But h6 is probably possible, leading to this change on e6. Yes, f takes e6, and with a rather balanced position. We know that both of the players went through tie breaks tomorrow, so Divi, I think, has a very solid, cautious approach in this opening, especially against the player that she knows very well.
Yes. Let's move to the
Yes,
next
let's
game.
move to the next game. Tan Zhongyi against Vaishali Rameshbabu. Vaishali won a dramatic tiebreak yesterday against Miroet Kamalidenova. This tiebreak went to the Blitz games, and it could go either way, as we saw, but I think that this mental strength we were talking about, the resilience, you know, and nerves, they've decided this tie breaks in Vaishali's favor yesterday. She is looking very calm, having the white pieces against Tan Zhongyi. We have
So it was happening
the
like
Joko
this.
piano. So d3, bishop c5. c3. It started with knight f6. Let's say just Vaishali played d3. She didn't want to go for knight g5 line here. However, we saw during yesterday tiebreaks that Katerina Lagno demonstrated a very interesting treatment of this line. She
Bishop
won
takes
a very,
b5.
very good game. No, bishop
No,
f1.
sorry, bishop
Bishop
f1
of
first.
course, is a very good move in this position, because b5 is already a rare try, and only now if you take knight d5, you take on b5. So d3 is played to avoid taking on e4 if white doesn't want to play knight g5, c3, d6. It's been a while that I haven't seen, this classical way of playing the Djokovic. It's like we've seen everything.
Yeah, you mentioned correctly, the classical way.
Yes, the classical way. Because we've seen everything, starting from h3, a4, knight a3, knight d2, delaying the castle, knight f1, bishop a3.
Yeah.
So we are coming back to the basics. d3, bishop c5, c3, d6, castle. White doesn't even spend the tempo to play h3 for the moment, because let me explain the difference. Now that the black played h6 after this move, normally you play h3, it's not so much to avoid bishop g4. Yes, let us bring the board on your screens. Because after knight d2, yes, I wanted to show you an idea here. So now that h6 is on the board, white doesn't play h3 to avoid bishop g4. But
Don't tell me g5 again.
No, let's just put castle on the board instead of h6, just to show you something. So after knight d2, yes, knight d2.
No, it's black to move.
Yes,
So
castle.
h6?
Yeah, castle. Just a second, knight d2. And after the knight went to d2, you have this idea, so you play a6. Yes, you get this square for the bishop, because you need to secure the bishop on c5. And let's say you play rook e1, so knight g4, and let's say rook e2, king h8. And the idea is behind all these opening strategies that you haven't played h6, so now if white plays h3, you can play knight h6 and then f5. So now that black played h6, white is trying to play the opening stage without losing a tempo, but h3 very often appears to be a very useful move. So let's see what Vaishali will play after bishop b6. Will she go for the expansion on the queen side, b4, a4? We've seen it many times. Or will she make a more quiet move, h3 here? And
what about knight f1?
Knight f1. Yes, this is of course a standard plan here as well. So after bishop b6, maybe black can play bishop e6. We've seen this in the Italian opening very often. And if bishop b6, then f takes e6.
Okay, let's see.
Let's move to our next game between Koneru and Yixin Song. Let me just remind our audience that first Yixin Song eliminated Anna Muzichuk, and then she won against Leila Javahishvili. So it's no longer a surprise for anyone that she is at the quarterfinals playing against one of the most titled and experienced players, Koneru. So let's have a look at the opening. The English opening, yes,
Yes.
C4, played by Hampi. She also had a very tough tiebreak, which could go on either way, yes, against Alexandra Kostyanyuk, but she played very well, defended heroically in the first game, then managed to change the course of the game and won. And then with the black pieces, she was very convincing.
Actually, you see, today we have quite a lot of basic things in the openings, as this position also. With D takes C4 line here. Queen A4 is one of the main basic lines, and then it's facing C5 from black, putting the queen on C7. So this is a position, mostly it is with a mutual play. There is nothing so special happening, you know, and exciting from the beginning. It will be another long game. So the white's idea is, of course, just to do the castle here. And then, by the way, it is very important what Koneru will do later with the D pawn.
By the way, maybe let's bring the players. Yes, now we have Hampi.
Mostly
Now
that
it's
pawn
D.
has to go on D3, but could be also D4.
Yes, that was the question that I was asking myself, because I am an E4 player or knight F3 player. I rarely start my games with English opening C4, but after castle, maybe Hampi wants to play D4 actually. Let's say castle, and if black simply develops the bishop on E7, yes, maybe Hampi wants to play D4 here, strike in the center immediately. Look at this image. Yingxin Song just stared at Hampi Koneru. She is waiting for her move. She's probably thinking, why does it take so much time to castle in this position? Is there something else? But what do you think, Valery? Because you're a D4, C4 player, do you think that after C takes D4, here knight takes D4? Because intuitively, I feel that this bishop on G2 is a monster.
And here
Hampi
we are,
actually goes
immediate.
for D4 immediately. So my intuition was right. Yes,
Yeah.
she wants to play this move D4. Maybe we're still following some theoretical lines. Let me just check
Actually,
the
after
obvious.
castle, I don't think that the black has to play bishop e7. They still have to do b5. B5 and bishop b7 may seems better. So here we have d4 and immediate answer from Song Yushin with b5. By the way, she has more than the 1.5 hour on the clock. It means that she's in preparation versus Hampi's 1 hour 18 minutes. So the point of b5 is, of course, to neutralize this bishop, the g2 bishop, with the bishop on b7, and after trading that bishop, of course, black is all right there. So let's see what Hampi will do in this moment. So first of all, the moves like knight e5 makes no sense at all, because after bishop b7 there is no worries for black. Also, if taking on c5, that could be more interesting. In case of taking on c5, it could be also knight c5.
And we have a move there, Valery. She played
Bishop f4.
bishop f4, and that's exactly what I wanted to tell you. That after
What
this
about
move,
bishop d6? No.
b5,
No, she played queen.
bishop f4 is the main move, so we are still following theory. Magnus Carlsen played this against Levon Aronyan, bishop f4, but Levon replied by queen b6. So here it's the matter of taste, I feel. Queen a7 and queen b6 have been played. So let's understand why the queen on a7 is like better placed. Because white's idea after queen a7 is to play d5. To play this pawn sacrifice. And okay, now I start to understand. So d5, if you take e d5, black's natural reply, then white strikes on the king sides and played a4. So maybe trying to make something out of this X-ray. Yes, the rook on a1 and the queen b4. Then they go knight d5, queen e4. bishop b7, queen d5. That was a game which was played between Alireza Firouzja and Odirbek Abdusatorov. It was a blitz game, by the way. After knight f6, queen d3,
What's
and
going on queen e4 check if black replies with the rook e7?
knight e7, you mean?
I mean knight e7.
Yes, we should definitely try this move, but the first thing that comes to my mind is that this rook on a8, is not protected, so maybe white has a jump here. Let's try a jump. Where can we go? Knight g5.
Knight d2
knight
maybe.
d2.
Use
Yes.
that square.
That is such a beautiful position. So let's have a look. So the rook on a8 is hanging, and
On knight b6 there will be a5.
a5. It's a very useful move. So you see,
Yeah,
we
a4.
understand this variation deeper and
We
deeper.
start learning it.
Yes. And then if rook b8 after knight e7, then
Maybe
knight c4.
first. Yeah.
So threatening knight d6, of course. The only defense that I can see here is rook b6 also, because this knight on e7 is pinned. So rook b6, and maybe we can even castle long. I'm not even sure. I'm just suggesting all these moves. Or maybe rook d1 and castle short. What do you think? It's a positional sacrifice, but which
I love long castle actually.
Yes,
to
let's-
see here.
yields white a beautiful position and
So the point is that on rook
their
e6,
side.
I think we have just knight d6, and they have to give that rook. Otherwise, on king d8, there is knight f7, and then the rook on e6 is hanging.
But then, even after rook d6, let's just compare these positions. So rook d6.
You mean knight d6 and
Yes,
rook
rook
d6?
d6, of course, because you played rook b6 in order to sacrifice this rook anyway. Rook d6, yes. Bishop d6. And then let's just have a look at this position. So white pieces are dominating,
Yeah.
and black needs to make a move here.
Yeah, it's not a good position for
Do you
black, I
want to
think
play
so.
f6 here, but then all your white squares...
And we
yes, are
still
going
did
to
not
be very weak.
sacrifice anything much. We have rook against the two pieces, right?
Of course.
White's position is much better. So on f6, do you want to continue?
No, I think we should leave it, because I don't think that anything of this will happen. But those variations which stay behind the curtains is something that I was talking about, because they have to know so much and also to remember so much, because this is simply one of the lines that could have happened today, but there are many, many other lines where you need to remember forced variations and to get out of the opening. But let me have a look at the game played between Vidit and Aronian, by the way. This is a classical game played in the FIDE Grand Prix series. So after d5, after queen a7, knight d5, so everything that this happened, a4.
Ah, knight d5,
Yes.
not e takes d5.
So just to show you that maybe this is a more precise move order, e takes d5, then white still plays a4. And actually black ignores the threat of taking on b5, plays bishop b7. And after a takes b5, black's idea is to play queen b6 and to force those exchanges and to bring the bishop on c8.
That
and
seems
to
quite solid for black.
Exactly. So maybe this is the way for black to
Continue here,
To
yeah?
continue, of course, and it's a very healthy approach, of course, in the opening, and especially having black pieces against Humpy Koneru. But Valery, we have a very interesting information prepared for you. So let's have a look at the road to the quarterfinals of those two players. So we
Okay.
have this prepared. Let's have a look at Humpy Koneru's road to the quarterfinals.
Okay,
I hope that it's ready.
here we are.
Yes, here we are.
Not yet.
Not yet, of course. Things are getting ready. So in the first round, which was actually the second round, yes, of the World Cup, Hampi beat Afruza Hamdanova 1.5-half. Then she had quite a difficult
Yes.
match against Claudia Coulon, where she won 1.5-half, but she was having troubles if she was not lost in her first game with the white pieces against Claudia. But then, yes, she made the draw and she won with the black pieces. And yes, the score against Alexandra
Strange score.
Kostyniuk, yes, is not exactly correct because, first of all,
It was
the match
tie
was
breaks.
tied, yes, 1-1 in classical games.
And then 1.5.
And then 1.5, yes.
So the result has to be 2.5 on
yes,
1.5.
So something is missing.
Yeah.
But Hampi beat Alexandra Kostyniuk in the tie breaks yesterday. So this is the tournament road of Song Yixin. And she had to play 4 matches, by the
Yes.
way. So Song is one of the players who has qualified to the quarterfinals by playing 1 more match. And
And a lot of tie breaks.
a lot of
at
tie
the
breaks.
same time.
First, she beat the player Mohanty Kiran Manish. Just let's get back to her road once again. Yes, with the score 1.5-half. So it was a more warm up. Then she had a tie break against a very strong player, Narva Mai. She won 3-1. Then she won against one of the strongest players in the world and who is performing very well lately, Anna Muzichuk, 3.5, 2.5. She had to go through tie breaks, and she clinched her victory in the classical format against Leila Javahishvili. She defeated her 1.5-half, but she offered a draw in. Yes, with the black pieces, while having a
Huge advantage.
huge advantage. She has been playing very well, but her energy levels might be affected a bit
So
more.
by the way,
of
in
course.
classical games, as I remember, he did not lose any of them. The classical game.
Yes, I don't think so.
Yeah.
It's because she drew against Anna Muzichuk.
Yes, and before that, she was just winning. And with Mainarva, it was 2 draws, as I remember.
Mainarva 2 draws, are you sure? Because, you know, the thing is that I remember that it was a very uncompromising match. So let me just have a look.
Could be, yeah.
Yes, let me just have a look at, because, no. She, like, I remember a lot of victories. So she lost her first game against Narva Mai, and then
and
she
won
bounced
the-
back.
yeah.
Then it was a very
tie breaks.
dramatic tie break. Yes. Because there, I don't remember draws there, only the last one.
So
maybe,
she
yes.
lost only with Mainarva, the
Yes,
classical game.
Yes,
Yeah.
and she started with a loss in this match.
Mm-hmm.
So here we are. Maybe let's move
Take
to
a
the
look,
game,
yeah.
yes, between Nana Dzagnidze and Lei Tinji. We will also show their road to the quarterfinals, but first of all, B3 is on the board, so we are slowly gets in the position that I was talking about without the pawn on d4, but with knight c3, queen c2, a6, b3. And maybe the first surprise, because black has played c6. That's why Nana decided to go for this move order, because the center is not challenged. But after a6, taking away the b5 square, Nana played b3, and Lei Tinji replied with c5, losing a tempo, a very precious tempo in the opening stage. So what do you think, Valery?
I don't think that it's dangerous here at all to lose that tempo, because we have that c6 and c5 in quite much moments in the Slav defense, when the black is pushing c5 after c6, mostly when white's pieces is not so active to create any problems immediately, right? The queen on c2, for example. Okay, let's say so. Extra tempo and queen stays on c2 instead of d1, so what? I mean, it's not changing much. It's not an open position to have it tempo on tempo as a decisive factor. So c5 is quite okay. Of course, it's quite okay. The point of c5 for Lei Tinji is maybe to push d4 immediately, or after knight c6 threatening pushing d4. Yeah, that makes sense. So from that side, white is kind of forced to make the decision. They take on d5 or play d4. Now Nana has to make this decision which one to choose to do here. Of course, there is a move bishop b2 here. I don't think that d4 works immediately, but still not sure. So for example, take. Of course, definitely knight e2 does not work because of d3, but instead of knight e2 we can play knight e4. But in this case, after knight c6, maybe that's it. We support that d4 pawn. Yes, so this is a lines that Nana has to calculate, but in total c5 is forcing white to make the decision. Take on d5 or play d4. So let's see what Nana will choose.
You're absolutely right, Valery, because I have a few games. Once again, not many games in my database, especially after bishop b2. But Black's idea is to play d4. So Nana is contemplating the position right now, because when you play this line, I don't think that you want to allow Black to play d4 with white. So should she define the structure? But after playing b3, it's quite an unusual position, especially with the queen on c2. You haven't played d4 yet, so let's try c takes d5, e takes d5. Yes, so if you are defining the structure immediately, white needs to play d4. Yes, yeah. Let me check if I have games here. Peter Swidler with white against Pavel Ulyanov, d4. Then simply knight c6. I'm really impressed by the way Lei approaches each game, because she adjusting herself to very rare move orders, and she knows what to do against those. So d takes c5, b takes, so bishop takes c5, of course. For the moment, Black is not afraid of ghosts. Even if the queen is on c2, you always have this bishop b4 check. Bishop b2, castle, rook d1, so trying to attack the pawn on d5 immediately. Okay, even though that it's a blitz game, it's still of crucial importance, because played between very good players, Peter Swidler and Pavel Ulyanov. So maybe knight b4. Knight b4 was actually played in this game. Queen b1, and a very interesting idea, just to show, is g6. So with the idea,
bishop
yes,
f5.
Bishop f5. Okay, so this was one example of what may happen. I found another move, but knight a4 here, I don't think that it's posing Blacks a lot of problems. So knight a4, like
take on d5,
take on
right?
d5, yes, knight a4 attacking the pawn immediately, but then how about knight d7, simply protecting the pawn, and
b5 is also handy.
yes, of course, no, this, but played between Galojan Lilith and Elizabeth Pett. So I think that white needs to play. Yes, white needs to play d4 here, so that's the main line. After c takes d5, yes, c takes, then e takes d5, d4, knight c6. Let me check if I have some classical games, but Vladimir
And she
Malafov
played bishop b2.
again. Yu Wang.
Yeah, that's very interesting. What's going on after d4, as Nana played bishop b2? So that line actually is not longer so important.
Of course, I understand, but the thing is, so I found a classical game played by a Chinese player, so that means that, of course,
so what was there?
They work together. It's just the same. So it was d4, knight c6, bishop e2, c d4. Yes, and with a very interesting middle game. Nana is still thinking after her move, by the way, and we have another move on the board. Okay, let me check. What an interesting line, because I need to update the moves, of course, to have a better vision of the board, but it seems that Nana replied immediately. Knight c6 was played, and then a3, and Lei Tinji is still thinking. Meanwhile, a lot of mysterious things are happening in our studio, and I am very happy to announce that I will be joined for the next hour by FIDE CEO, Grandmaster Emil Sitovsky.
Hi, Elmira.
Emil, welcome back.
Sorry for popping in unexpectedly, and greetings to our spectators. I announced yesterday that I'll be joining the studio. It's an exciting day, quarterfinals, and a lot of exciting matchups. Of course, the games just started, but still we can already see that all the games are, tend to be very tense. So,
Emil, so if I may take advantage of your presence here, and we've analyzed the beginnings of these matches, but I said, and probably I'm right, that this is such a historic moment that we have 4 Indian players in this quarterfinal, 3 Chinese players, and only 1 player representing the old continent, yes, Nana Dzagnidze, and of course the Georgian chess school. But I wanted to start with that. So both of us, we are the pure products of Soviet chess school, yes, if we may say.
In a larger way, okay.
Yeah, in a large way, of course, yes, in a large way. But you will see what I'm coming to. And of course, recently we've seen Chinese players dominating the women's events, but now we have 4 Indians who joined the quarterfinals. The Indian players are very impressive. So they won the Women's Chess Olympiad and as well the overall Olympiad. So we have the Indian world champion, Emil. So my question is, now can we actually talk about the Indian chess school and what does it mean?
No, we can't talk about Indian chess school because it's a completely different way from what it was back in the Soviet times. Because Soviet chess school didn't only refer to the fact that 80% of the top players were Soviet players, but also to the way how players prepared, how the players took the game in general, and the way they looked at the game, the way they felt themselves, that how they approached the whole thing, preparation, what you do during the tournament, all these winning recipes and so on. In a way, actually, Fischer was also a product of a Soviet chess school, if you can say. So he would study these ways. They would have developed, the ways, what is right and what is wrong. It turned out that you don't have to follow these dogmas, because all these previous ways of preparations, and also that you have to walk to the tournament playing hall, and you have to not analyze the game immediately after the game, and so on. This turned out not to be ultimate truth, but for half a century or so, Soviet chess school was more than just about Soviet players or Russian players. I mean, I would say that the last representative of Soviet chess school is Fabiano Caruana.
Well, I mean, I understand this, but then, of course, let's understand the secret of this Indian armada. They are taking the chess world by this, I don't even know, by this force, which is not easy to resist. So please unveil the mysteries, of this phenomenon.
Well, it's not like I have a PhD on Indian chess and the way it developed, but I can say the following. I think there are several factors that work together in order to accomplish it.
So what are those factors?
It is impossible to single out just one factor and to say, okay, Vishy Anand was such a legend that it made the entire generational growth. It was one of the important factors.
Which triggered, maybe.
Which
yes?
triggered in a way, but let's not forget, Vishy's top results were like 15 years ago or something like that, 15, 20. And then there was a strong generation, but not as strong as it is now. So we cannot say that because of Visha was such a great champion, and he was, so suddenly we had. No, it took more factors. And the factors, of course, are very complex. It's also how how the life in India itself evolved. How the possibilities grew for chess players to travel, to be sponsored by companies, to be sponsored by governments, and not only by Indian governments, but the state governments. In each, we know that Tamil Nadu has their programs, and I don't want to miss anyone, so I don't want to mention. Believe me, I know quite a bit about
so
this project.
Support is extremely important.
The support is extremely important. Now, you also have to attribute it to the fact that working on chess by yourself nowadays is much easier than it was even 10 years ago. Because previously you would need to have a good coach be just like attached to you. Because otherwise it was very difficult to progress. Analyzing with engine which was not good enough was not giving much. Now you can also work a lot both online, both with engines which show you much better. I mean, even if you want to study new opening today, it's much easier because you can go to ChessBase and to check what was analyzed before you on the depth of 70 already. You have every opening line basically. Yes. So it's
so the access to information.
Yes, the information is very important. So it's actually a catalyst of few factors, starting from Vishy, modern age technologies. Population, a lot of population, so improving better life condition and better financial situation for those who could support chess. And many factors, state support, social lift. Chess is an enormous social lift. Not only in India, in many countries, I notice it, but in India especially. So if you are even not world champion, but you could see if you are a member of Olympic team in chess, you are greeted on the state level, you get supported, you get recognized, there is a lot of publicity around you. That's all in one, and that makes chess very prestigious, and I think that also brings a lot of talent into chess, because now, let's say, if you are a mother or a father of a young kid and you think, okay, my kid is really gifted, so shall he do chess or shall he do something else? And you see that chess gives you a lot of opportunity, that you can basically, your kid can become not only famous by the age of 12, but also he can have a lifetime career, he or she, of course, can express herself into this game because her talents could develop and keep developing throughout the years. There is a support for that, and that opens a way for many talented kids to enter the game with a realization that they could one day be a hero, and this day could come very early. When you are last month, I was a captain of the team where I had a very young boy, Sarbat Homani, who is very talented. He's very small guy. I mean, he just is turning 9.
9, okay, I wanted to know this.
He already became a sort of hero. During the tournament, people were approaching him to take autographs. And that's something exceptional. He was like puzzled. Why do they need my autograph? Yeah. So it's very special, and India is an excellent example of the kind. It shows you that this combination of things worked. Of course, there are other ways to do that, but if we talk about, let's say, as you call it, Armada or Avalanche or whatever, that's the only way it works, because in Norway it doesn't happen. You have a genius. You have a genius who rose to fame and become world champion and whatnot, but not many other players reach not even similar level, even top 100 level. So it says a lot about the importance of a support, importance of incentives which are not necessarily material incentives, but also social and I think India does have a bright future. But if I think about other countries, there is also a potential for many other countries to compete with Indian players, and in particular, chess doesn't take much of an investment. Let's think about that. Even in America, there's never been a state program to support chess, and let's recall what happens there. I mean, prior to 2005 or so on, American chess was like in a very poor state, up to an extent that Garakamsky left professional chess. The previous generation consists of strong players, but who never were even close to top 10. Okay, Hikaru was not Hikaru yet, and there was nothing. And suddenly, okay, not nothing, but there was nothing like even closely, remotely reminding of what's happening today. And then you had Rex Sinfield. And then you had US Championship, and then you had Grand Chess Tour, you had Rex Sinfield tournaments, and immediately you had a new generation of players emerging. Immediately you have talents who, when they considered whether to pursue academic career or chess career, then they had an option to go for chess and became star. And of course foreigners start coming in. And that explains it all. And on the contrary, if you take an example of Russia, once the support dropped, results dropped as well. And that's all connected. Of course, there are always, and there will be always, some outlier, some example of a player who rose to prominence no matter what was the factor, because he or she was just a genius player, and that can and will happen. But in general, India has all what it takes. And now multiplied by the factor of 1.5 billion, and then you have a working mechanism for years to come. And I do foresee a bright future for Indian players. Although I have to say that the generation after this one of Gukesh, Prag, Arjun, and I forget someone else, it hasn't reached this level by the age of 15. So there was another factor into that. Maybe it had something to do with the pandemic. Because one theory which I have, that during the pandemic, the players who knew how to work on chess got a huge advantage over those who would just, basically, they were deprived of playing in the tournament.
Practical players.
Yeah, so they were stuck playing countless blitz games, which is nice, but which hardly contributes to your chess development. And all this generation actually managed to have this very sharp 2 years, and the same we could see with Uzbekistan, with Nadirbek and other players. But let's say if you look now at the best Indian players who are aged 13, 14, 15, we do not have such a stars like a generation of Prag, Arjun and Gukesh. So it has to be said that it's not going without saying that yes, we have 1.5 billion, so some talent will come in. No, it takes a lot of hard work.
And it takes, of course, a lot of support, structural changes. And thank you, Emil, for such a deep answer, which explains a change in paradigm, chess paradigm. By the way, I thought that also the Chinese players then were also perfect products of the Soviet chess school, because they had the same approach of the game, and they benefited from enormous support, of course, from the within. But Emil, let's have a look at the games first, because I am very curious to have your assessment. First of all, we have this move on the board. Let's have a look at the game between Nana Dzagnidze and Lei Tinji. Nana just played A3. And Lei Tinji is still thinking. So, Emil, we were trying to understand, let's update, yes, our analysis position. Yes, here. Yes, A3. No, she didn't take on D5. Yes, just update the game to the current position, so we can analyze it together, because we had a look at the games, and Peter Swidler played D4 here. But what a curious, peculiar even move order. Nana allowed this move D4 twice. So knight C6, A3, and Lei Tinji could have played D4 one move before, yes. So, and after knight C6, she just saying to Lei, okay, come and get me. Yes, play D4. What are we expecting after D4 in this position? Knight E4, or first take and then knight E4, there is the difference?
It's hard to say, probably knight E4, yeah.
Knight E4, So why do you want to keep the tension, not to define the structure in the center? Why knight e4 is better than e takes d4 and c takes d4? Maybe let's understand what is the difference.
Well, in general, White's development is quite slow in this line, and she tries. I mean, a3. I'm not a real fan of a3, but
I had this question because we know that if you can seize this moment, Emil, I just wanted to show you something. You have to grab the center. So after knight e4, so before e takes d4, the move that you suggested, I immediately saw this opportunity to take on e4. So let's come back to this
b3,
position.
c5,
bishop b2,
knight c6,
knight c6, a3, and I think that's why Lei is thinking. What's wrong with d4? So knight e4, queen e4, f5, and then e5. So that was my first question when I was looking at this position. And e5 here. So because the pawn on f5 is protected, and of course I just want to build up this powerful center. And what's next?
I don't have a good explanation because probably there is none, because it just looks good for black, and I think Nana was a bit shaking in the opening because there was no reason to play so slow, like b3, a3.
Because I don't think that you can confuse late in J.
Not with this thing. I mean, you can confuse late in J. There is no players that you cannot confuse, but it's not a sort of. But maybe Nana is happy to play some sort of unknown position, like e4, and to play it. Let's say objectively, it's good for black, but maybe she feels that her preparation is not as good to challenge Lei in some first line, so I'd better go to this way. I would call it a mistake. I think in general, even if your preparation is not good enough to challenge a better player, you do prepare a line and try to challenge without getting into some sideline where you're potentially worse. Because what could happen is that Lei would win this game with black, and then Nana's situation the match would be horrible. So I would, for one, as a match strategy, propose to play something, let's say, more of a main lines, and then if it is a draw, it is a draw, and go and get me in one remaining game. But that's sometimes happens, maybe involuntarily. Maybe Nana didn't play it to play this way, but it just happened, and then she didn't find the better move.
Okay, so let's move to our next game between Divya Deshmukh and Harika Dronavalli, an all-Indian derby. But once again, even in those matches, which were very difficult, the good news is that we have already one Indian player qualified for the semifinals.
Definitely for Indian spectators, at least, yes.
So how about this opening? Because I've said that Divya, when she played bishop takes c6, b takes c6, so castle, she decided to have a different approach, this opening with Rue Lopez with knight c3. So she didn't want to play bishop g5. But she took on c6, and she just wanted to have a healthy position, play d4, have the knights on d4 and knight on c3. And what do you think about this position now? Because Harika just played a5.
Black is doing very, very well. I don't see any problem whatsoever. If anything, I would prefer to play black here. The rook will go on b8, and if you put your pawn on a4, let's say to prevent me from capturing even this
more
a4 and
spaces.
b3 square, yes, then rook b8, and then it goes to b4 in many lines. So it's definitely very comfortable for black because white cannot really use his double pawns, and no attack, nothing. So I think black is feeling very comfortably here. But I would rather talk about this matchup in a more general way, because for me it's a clash of generations, if you wish. You have Harika, who is slowly approaching an age of, let's say, we wouldn't call her a veteran yet, but she's definitely cannot be considered a young star anymore. She's a seasoned World Cup participant with many good results. remember she made a couple of times into semifinals, if I remember.
Yes, and she has been performing very consistently because she was already in at this stage the last World Cup in Batumi, so
Right.
quarterfinals. Of course, she's a very strong player. So, yes, Emil, how
And suddenly,
how do you analyze
my,
this
my,
match?
my, my, my line of thought. And then you have Divya, who is a total newcomer, who is a rising star of Indian female chess. Obviously, it creates additional pressure because if you have this derby, it's not only. I mean, sometimes you think about old rivals, but probably the rivalry between generation is even sharper. It's like Divya comes and says, "Okay, now it's my time. Now I'm here. I'm 19. I'm just now breaking through into top 10." And Tarika is, she has like couple, maybe 2-3 more World Cups to qualify to candidates. And that's Harika never played in candidates because at the times when she was successful to get to semifinals, the system, it was 8-10 years ago, the system was different. And there was no women candidates tournament, and now it's aspiration for many to actually to qualify. And Harika has been consistently, like super consistently, top 15 player in the world. Occasionally in top 10, but almost always in top 20, like for 15 years now. And she also realizes that it is one of her moments where she can really qualify and be there, and she definitely belongs to the very top in the female chess.
Where she can capitalize on this experience, of course.
So it is a very important, like say, psychologically, and I would say that it's most intriguing matchup for me, specifically for this reason, not because it's one Indian against another one. It's a clash of generation. It's clash of generations within the same country, and it's also a clash of the approaches in a way because Harika is a classical player, brought in, she developed in the pre-computer era, and Divya is a product of a new ways to look at chess, to prepare, to play, and so on.
To approach the game, of course. And just to remind our audience, of course, we have massive support from India. They're rooting for their players, but for those who are tuning in only at this stage of the event, both players were part of the Golden Indian team who won the Women's Olympiad. And of course, they are wonderful ambassadors of the game. By the way, Emilia, I thought that this is one of the very important factors to consider because I think that chess is also seen as a wonderful educational tool and is something which can actually contribute and to have a massive impact on a society. So that's why
I really think so, and in many countries we do run or overseas programs like chess in schools or social chess, and obviously players like Harika or Divya, of course they are massively followed. They have actually, if you go to the Instagrams or so on, you could see that they are not quite a rock stars yet, but I mean they have some massive followings there, and without doing much. It's not like they're content creators or they hyping things up. They're just being good chess players, excellent chess players.
If I may quote someone else, chess speaks for itself.
Yes.
Yes, in this case.
Yes. So I really am happy that they have a lot of fans and supporters, and let's see how it goes.
So let's move to our next matchup. Vaishali Rameshbabu, another Indian star, who is facing Tan Zhongyi, the former world champion, the world championship challenger. She played a tough match against Zhu Wenjun this year. So I think that she still has a lot of preparation in store. And Tan Zhongyi has been performing very well in the knockout formats because this is her third straight appearance in the quarterfinals. She was here in Sochi, she was there in Batumi, and she's in Baku, and she's here in Batumi.
And both in Sochi and in Baku, she qualified. She made it to semifinals both, and she won her world championship title
Yes,
also in knockout. So she's a very formidable player in all formats, but in knockout in particular. Vaishali didn't have yet any significant success in KO format. Her biggest success came in Grand Swiss 2023, when she won ahead of many top players, including Tan, who finished third. Anna Muzichuk was second and Tan was third. And of course, Vaishali is another superstar of Indian female chess, and she is here. Of course, her aspirations is to qualify for candidates, and
once again,
yes, and for that matter, she would need to win this match, and then also to be at least on the third place in the final standing.
Emil, I went through their games, of course, and maybe this psychological aspect is also important, but in the candidates tournament, Tan Jung-gi was one of the players who beat Vaishali twice, by the way. Vaishali beat Tan in the Grand Swiss, but overall, Tan is leading by this +2 margin. And they haven't played many games, but it seems that she's a very tough opponent to beat.
Well, in last year alone, in 2024, Tan was the best performing female player in the world, overtaking Ju Wenjun, Hui Fan, and so on.
For
according to performances in 2024. So that included a brilliant win in Toronto, obviously. And actually, Tan, if you wish, is an adult improver. Today we attribute it to someone who is 40, but in chess it's a bit different, right? In chess today you feel like, okay, if you are not a top player by 20, 22, 23, you're already not going to become a very top player. You might end up in top 10, but not like the world champion or anything. Tan is different. She was one of those who would be, let's say, trying to qualify for Grand Prix, which would mean she would be like number 15, number 12, something like that, nowhere near top 5. And suddenly she had this amazing result in 2017 during the Knockout World Championship by that time. And then some thought that, okay, maybe it was just a matter of good luck in knockout system or something. She lost her title to Ju Wenjun, which was sort of expected because Ju Wenjun was seen as a superb player and superior player. But then Tan kept progressing. She won another candidates cycle in 2022. And once again, it was KO, but the longer matches, and she managed to beat in candidates matches both favorites, Goryachkina and Lagno or Kostyniuk, I don't remember. So it's also proved a great deal of her strength, and she kept doing so now in 24 in Toronto. So she is a very, very ambitious, strong, and I would say still underestimated player, you know. Because when you talk about Ju Wenjun, you would know, okay, Ju is a queen of chess and so on. But Tan, with her results, I mean, her results clearly put her as a second player in the world for the last 8 years or so.
You're absolutely right, Emil. I've played Tan as well. She impressed me, and she's constantly working on improving her game. And what surprised me even the most, because even during interviews, it's not so easy. You know, we always need to find the translator, but it's her ambition and her hunger for the game and for the results. So A5 was just played by Vaishali Ramesh Babu, so let's have a look at this position. It was a quiet gioco piano because Vaishali approached this game in a classical way. She played c3, d3, knight f1, we like knight d2, knight f1. We all know that those maneuvers are very typical and very well known for these structures. But then I suggested that Tan will play bishop b6 at some point.
And she immediately played
a little bit later now that I've seen. So bishop e6, f takes e6. I personally struggle, you know, with those structures, especially when black has this e5, e6 pawn and knight f6, knight g6, because when I'm looking at this position, I'm thinking, okay, once again, what is there to do? And I've just seen that Vaishali played this move a4, also another standard plan where you're trying to grab some space on the queen side. Tan replied not by a5, but c5. What do you think about this approach?
Yeah, I think it's
interesting. Of course, she's cementing the center.
She's cementing the center. She sort of losing a bit her bishop for foreseeable future, because now the bishop would be only, in a passive role on d8 or on e7 or something. But then she cements the center, and she's not scared of this d4 opening up the game probably. And otherwise, if white doesn't play d4, what does white play? And so it's very solid approach. A5 would be more double-edged, but trying to use this bishop over diagonal. But
the thing is that her move just before queen d7, it was sort of a challenge. So
d4 came into life. So now let's see what's happening, because obviously that's critical for white to try and open the center with d4.
But yes, that's what I wanted to say. So Tang challenged Vaishali, you have to play a5, drive the bishop to d8, and then d4 is played. So let's see.
E takes d4, c takes d4. Now Tan thinks.
It's a very curious way treatment of this position, because now that the bishop is on d8, does she want to play b6 and then to take with the bishop?
No, that would be sort of a
concession, a strategic concession. Yes, I understand this, of course. But then white wants to take on c5.
Yes, I'm not sure what she had in mind, or whether she underestimated this move d4 altogether. Because it looks like, if she were to cement it indeed with something, let's say, imagine here, white plays something slow, and I play, for example, play rook c8, and then I always have c4 move. Then I'd be all right. I think she may have underestimated the direct a5 and d4, and I really don't see a comfortable way for black to sort of liquidate this center. Of course she can take on d4 and play rook e8, but it doesn't look very, very inspiring, let's put it this way.
So you think that Vaishali replied in a very principled, concrete way?
Yeah, I think Vaishali should be happy with the outcome of the opening. It's not like she's winning or anything even close to that, but it's clear that she has an advantage, and Tan has to come up with something concrete to justify her strategy.
Emil, by the way, this is going to come as a shock, but I just glanced at the position between Nana, Dzagnidze, and Leitinji. Can we have the image to confirm that Leitinji is still thinking? She is still thinking. She's trying to figure out what is going on here. Is this a trap? Can she play d4, then take on e4, e5, and f5? But she is down to her 46 minutes, and only 7 moves have been played by her.
Yeah, surprising.
Half more, yes, by Nana.
Surprising, because typically Nana is the one who gets to time troubles. Here we have Lei potentially getting into it, but let's see. Let's not jump to conclusions yet. I would be ready to, let's say, to issue some sort of verdict in 3-4 moves from here and to see what's happening.
Well, you can see who is the real professional, the expert here, Emil. And our last game between Hampi Koneru and Yuxin Song. So another rising star from China, by the way, she's also 19 years old, like Divya Deshmukh. So they represent the same generation. They're turning 20 this year. Hampi played a very interesting line. By the way, we stopped analyzing here after Queen A7, but I found a few games in my database. So
yeah,
D5.
That's a known position actually. That's a very sharp line, which very few players dare to enter, because it's so sharp that black can just collapse and lose it without fighting.
What I've seen that after e takes d5, very often white starts with a4, a move which was played several times, but then Levon Aronian played
Aronian
bishop
played,
e7,
yes, yes,
and then
bishop
a
e7.
takes b6 and
Queen
queen
b6, yeah.
a takes b5 and queen
Queen
b6,
b6, yeah.
with equal play, let's say, a position which yields mutual chances, yes, to both sides. But Hampi here, surprisingly, played another move. She played e4 immediately, so she delayed this move a4, and only after d4, black replied d4, she challenged the pawn structure on the queen side, and she played a4. So she's trying to get those white squares, of course.
And she will get, but she's pawned down, so it's not. It comes at a price. This line became fashionable a few years ago. I remember Aronian played this more than one game. I think in some lines, white was even castling long, which is extremely rare in Catalan. I mean, the position is really, really sharp, and no matter what's evaluation here, I don't know what's computer evaluation, but I would assume that black could be better according to computers, because it is a sort of, white still cannot really have anything concrete, and she is pawned down. But practically, black has to overcome a lot of difficult moments before she can, let's say, breathe.
Emil, I've been talking about classical games during this whole broadcast, but I have this move e4 in my database, and it's the game that I was not familiar about, by the way, played in 1967 between Laszlo Csaba and Paul Keres. So e4 was on the board, so it made its appearance, like Yasser would say, back, in the days, where there was no treatment, computer treatment, the first position, d4. And here, not e4, but e5 was played, but probably with the similar ideas, bishop b7. And I wonder if Hampi wants to play e6 here. So if you include a4 and b4, we get the same position. On
bishop on b7 should be. And here in the game, in that game, you quote they played bishop e7, and now Song played bishop b7, which is a bit different.
But then maybe e6 is the idea. What do you think? Because I have only one game. It's very interesting that it was played by the masters of the day. So we could get bishop b7 castle and bishop b7, and a4 and then b4 was included. But in order to have this transposition, a few moves have to be played yet. So as you can see, we can get the same structure. And actually black played knight f8 to avoid bishop b7, knight f8 to avoid e6. So what do you think here?
Well, first of all, I'm happy to see that such a sharp line, as you would allege, a modern-day engine line was played in 1967. It testifies my theory that all the best minds of that time were super strong, and they managed to reach this depth even without computer engines. We were talking about the game between Laszlo Csaba and Paul Keres, so everybody knows about Paul Keres, but Laszlo Csaba was actually a very prominent player who many people underestimate or even don't know about, although he made several times into candidates. And he was already a top 10 player before World War II. Then he was imprisoned during the war. It was a very difficult life for him. He was deprived of competing in chess tournament for some time. Only by the end of 1940s he comes back to the top events, and he immediately qualifies to candidates 1950, and then he qualifies to candidates 1953. He was not in real contention to challenge Batumi or Smyslov, but he was a top 5, top 6 players for 5 years or so. So he was really, really top player. What's special about him is that even in a very advanced age, he was well over 60, he performed very well in top events in still in the end of 1970s, beginning of 1980s. So those of you who follow this broadcast may know that I'm fond of players of the past. And but do you yourself a favor, look at the games by Laszlo Sava. He was really a superb player, and I feel bad for him being basically unknown in today's world. But he was like, I don't know, I mean, he a caliber of who is the guy who would be like Grishchuk, who would be like somewhere top 5, top 7 in the world, and so on. So, and for many years, and once again in difficult circumstances, World War II, imprisonment, and so on.
Thank you, Emil. Yes, Laszlo was a brilliant mind, a very interesting player, and once again, I urge you to study classical games, because as you can see, there is still the source of inspiration today in 2025, and Hampi Koneru is still thinking. So let's try, Emil. Should she castle first and then play e6? Because if we understand, bishop b7 was played anyway. So do you have another move after castle by white here?
No, after castle you will
so
have to
you
play.
will play bishop b7. So maybe Hampi is thinking about this move e6 immediately.
Maybe e6 immediately. Maybe instead of short castle, she's considering long castle for in some lines. Maybe.
So if we try to understand what is the difference between the move orders, so it's very
I mean, it's
interesting.
very complex. Let's say, for example, just illustrative. Probably computer would not approve on it, but let's say something of the kind, just illustrative purposes. Once again, I'm not claiming it's a good one or something. To play h4, for example, and to prevent castles, because here I have knight g5. And then the reason for that is that after bishop g5, suddenly my rook gets into play from h1. And that could be dangerous for black. So all these things have to be carefully considered by Hampi, and that's why she's thinking, and she's right spending time. It's critical juncture. It's one distinction between top players and the average players, that top players feel much better, also not perfect, but much better when to think.
And
I think her hand movement she just castled. So yeah, she castled short.
But okay, let's just consider bishop b7
probably
here,
bishop b7 will happen very quickly.
And then e6.
Maybe e6 to prevent castles on knight f8. Okay,
otherwise, black plays like in the game knight f8. You know, it's like I've studied this game also a little bit. So maybe we should try a new idea and to play e6 here. But what is the follow-up? You take and you play rook e1. So white sacrifices a second pawn, of course. Probably there is enough compensation.
There's a spectacular line I noticed.
Okay, let's show it, yes.
Bishop d5, it's a logical move to protect the pawn, the most logical. And here, I don't know for certain, but if it works, it might be spectacular. Knight takes d4.
It's a beautiful move. Oh, okay, so you want to take on d5 and then bishop d6, yes, and you're completely winning.
Maybe even not bishop d6, because if you take on g2, which is, then I take knight e6.
Okay.
And then it's no matter that you have an extra bishop, you'll just be collapsing there. I mean, queen f5. For example, I, as white, wouldn't calculate further. I would just stop here and I would know that I'm winning. I'll figure out how when we'll reach it, but I'll know that I'm winning. A question: what will happen if instead of
if you play knight f8, let's say, because here I think that white is completely winning. You're absolutely right, because black is overextended. You can't protect everything. But here, after rook e1, knight f8 maybe.
Yes, but then what would be your next move?
We will have to find it.
Not very. So you probably would still play bishop d5 at some moment, but
there is a move on the board, bishop e7, and I think this is one of the most important moments in this game, the critical moment. Okay, just a second.
So we shall see what after knight f8 if she plays e6, fe, rook e1, knight f8. So what happens here, and how exactly I can try and break through with white, because all these ideas with knight d4 remain intact, but it's not like they always work. If I manage to eliminate this pawn on e6, everything will work. Some positions do not have to be calculated till the end, they have to be evaluated. So
E6 is on the board,
Yeah.
Emilia. I'm so excited.
Yeah.
You know, it's like we are so inspired by this game from the past, and I think that Hampi is even improving on this game because she studied it and she knows that knight f8 preventing e6 was played. What a thrilling opening, and e6 will lead to massive complications, Emil.
Yes, FE will surely happen because there's no other way black can hold it or continue. So FE probably she will play it quickly because
For lack of anything else, yes.
And
Because
then rook e1, yeah, that's we see happening. So FE was played.
By the way, Emil, when you were talking about Laszlo Csaba, I was also thinking about Hampi Koneru. You know, so it's a very interesting parallel that I wanted to come to. But Hampi also could, I feel that she's one of the players who could have easily become world champion. Yes, she crossed the 2600 barrier. You know, she was such a strong player, but maybe simply was not lucky at the crucial moments of her career.
Yes, Hampi is probably the most deserving player in the entire field, not the remaining, but entire to become world champion, and still failing to do so. Because she was, yes, as you mentioned, 2600, and she was very close second during the times of Hui Fan prime time. And then she didn't, somehow her results slipped when it coincided with Hui Fan leaving. So one could think that, okay, now when Hui Fan didn't play, then Hampi should be a clear leader. But then suddenly new generation came up, and for Hampi these were difficult years for one reason or another.
I also know, because I know that health issues have been always a problem for me, you know, and I think that a few health issues also affected, you know, Hampi's career.
I know quite a bit about it, but I would not speculate about it. So, but Hampi is a good friend, apart of being a good colleague, and of course I know her for so many years. And she is an exemplary chess player in every regard. She takes the game seriously. She's devoted to the game. She lives the game, and she is very much, if you want to call it, old style in this way. Both in the way she, in a good way, I mean it. And so I really hope that she still can leave her mark on you know, very top results in top competitions. Let's not forget, even in Toronto, I remember she started the event very slow candidates. At one moment she was sharing last place or something like that, and she had a fantastic finish. She, out of nowhere, she managed to get the motivation, energy, and so on, and she finished second back in Toronto 2024.
She won the World Rapid Championship at the end of the year.
And then last year, yeah, she also won the World Rapid in New York. I think that is the first time when Hampi was lucky. Hampi, you know, chess is not the game of luck. Chess is not the game of chance. But you have players who constantly score more than they seemingly deserve on the board, and those who score less. It's not exactly luck, but it's something that inside the player's style, personality, the way they take chances and so on. Yes, and with Hampi, so many times she came that close and it never succeeded. And in New York, the first time she was, I mean, she wasn't leading. I mean, there was no moment in the tournament she was leading, but suddenly after the last game, she was a sole winner of the championship. So it was really a lucky moment for her. But I can remember so many occasions that she deserves the first place and didn't manage. But actually, she already won the World Championship for the second time. And
Yes, in Moscow.
Yeah, the first
In
time she won
Moscow.
in Moscow,
Yes.
and she won it in a tiebreak against, I think, against Lei. They scored, they tied for the first, and then they played tiebreak, and Hampi prevailed. So Hampi is an amazing player, and not for nothing she was 2600 player. You know, in history there were only 4 female players with 2600.
No, I think more, because we also have Anna Muzichuk, Alexandra Goryachkina, Judith Polgar, Hui Fan.
Oh,
So yes,
maybe 5.
yes,
Yeah, maybe Goryachkina was the 5th.
yes.
Yeah,
Goryachkina is the last one.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
to
yeah.
cross the.
So yeah.
But Emil, we have Sonia Yeksin who is still thinking. She is facing a very difficult decision. But by the way, this move, Bishop D5 that you mentioned, let's just, because we have a Knight F8, but let's just show this variation once again. After Rook E1, first Rook
Yeah,
E1.
Rook E1, Bishop
Rook
D5,
E1,
Knight
Bishop
takes.
D.
It's Knight
It
D4,
seems
right?
that Knight D4 is simply winning, just opening everything.
Yeah, just, and here one moment I would focus on.
So not Bishop D6.
Maybe not
no?
Bishop D6. Maybe Bishop D6 is good enough. Probably it is.
You wanted to take on E7?
No, but one move I like to play
Oh.
Queen F5, just to deprive you of castling. And I cannot
So
see
Bishop
you.
D6 castle, and you want to avoid this line. But then if I play Rook F8 here,
Yeah, I'll just keep snatching.
because the Rook
pawns.
is protected, you're probably not winning. Yes, after
Maybe
Rook E7
something like
immediately.
that. I mean, I just, my point, not necessarily I'm correct. I mean, maybe Queen E6 here is more, more to the point, yeah? My point is, as long as Black's king remains in the center, you do not need to mate it like immediately, or to snatch the bishop immediately. I mean, Bishop D6, maybe it's the best move, but I need to show you the idea, because that's the important motive. Because as long as you cannot castle, I mean, you have to play as a
Maybe
Rook
Rook
F7 or something.
Yes.
There is no way you get out of it. I just can play Rook C1. I just will build on it, and eventually your position will collapse.
So maybe here Viktor Korchnoi would have to admit that you are playing like Mikhail Tal.
Yeah, but that's you refer to
The story, yes,
yeah.
yes, that you shared with us. I understand this, but this is the sacrifice in the style of the old masters, Emil. Knight D4 is a beautiful idea, and look at Song. You know, she looks puzzled because Bishop D5 looks very natural after
Yeah, but she wouldn't
Rook
play.
F1.
I think she would go
Rook
Knight F1.
F1.
I cannot see her playing Bishop D5, because it's just very dangerous. It feels so dangerous. You don't need to calculate lines. One of the things which distinguishes players, there's some patterns which immediately are sort of installed in your mind. You know that this position cannot be good. You don't spend time on calculating it. You know that with the king exposed, rooks, let's say, controlling e-file, many pieces on board, there's no way Black escapes. I mean, even if there is 5% chance that Black is not losing, it's still, you do not need to calculate it during the game. You would know that at least you'll have a perpetual, or you have some endgame when you regain this bishop and have equal endgame or something. So you just go for that.
Of course, so even given the stakes and that you know that the semifinals are on the line, so you would still go for this line, of course, because for the love of the game, for the sake of truth, maybe, and then because it's simply justified.
Yeah, it's because that's the way you see the game. It's your understanding of the game, because it's not about a concrete result. You just know that that's the way to play.
Thank you, Emil. By the way, I just had a look at the game between Anna Dzagnidze and Lei Tsenji. Lei made a move, a surprising move, sort of a symmetrical approach. She played b6 after a long thought. As you can see that she's still thinking, and she was playing very confident in her first 3 matches.
So let's get back to...
let's get back to their game here. So she played b6.
I don't like this choice.
So she didn't go for the first line starting with d4, and then Nana played c takes d5. Let's maybe update the current position, if we may. Okay, c takes d5, e takes d5, and d4. which is once again a very natural way, yes, to play here. It's like Nana wants to take on d5 to define the structure and to play d4 anyway. So b6 supporting the pawn on c5. Maybe she
Black's
was
position
afraid
is okay
of something
still.
else.
Nothing happened, but you don't spend 25 minutes on this. You get low on time, you get tired. My advice to players, never spend more than 15 minutes on any move. The only moment when you can spend 15 minutes, if you have a choice between two moves in a like super critical position, and you must calculate till the end. And then there is a mate, or there is no mate, or there is a endgame which you know that you promote a pawn or something. Only then you are allowed to spend more. Otherwise, just the game theory suggests, not the theory of game, but the game theory suggests that you would worsen your overall chances by spending too much time. The fatigue comes anyways, because staying focused and concentrating, trying to evaluate set and move for 20 or 25 minutes soaks a lot of energy out of you. Not only time on clock, sometimes you may have a lot, but you just get tired, and then in one moment, even not the next move, but in 15 moves
It affects your objectivity, yes, I think.
It
yes.
affects everything. So unless you have a very forced decision, like bishop h7 check, and you have to calculate till the end, you never spend as much time as Lei did, and I think it was a mistake. Once again, it doesn't mean that she will lose this game. It doesn't mean that her position now is bad. She's probably slightly worse now, but it's not the end of the world. But it's just wrong in principle to spend as much time on a move which doesn't really have a lot of impact.
And as you can see, the move b6 also softened the knight on c6. Maybe if Lei takes on d4, Anana can exploit this fact as well. Like, because I'm trying to understand what should Lei play here. Because, you know, if she plays bishop e7, yes, maybe Nana's idea is to take on c5 and then play knight a4.
Yes.
And you don't have this bishop b4 anymore. So.
Possibly.
I'm confused myself. After knight e4, what are you supposed to do here?
Knight a4, I can play knight d4 maybe.
And then, yes, bishop
D3,
d3, and the pawn on g7, of course.
Maybe
is
queen
on
a5
this.
check,
Queen
and
a5.
then queen goes to c7. Bishop takes
then
f6,
rook
bishop f6,
c1.
rook c2, maybe even taking on it, maybe even like
No,
that.
but I thought that maybe, yeah, oh, even this is possible. Okay.
This is also very concrete, and I'm not sure how you protect.
So that explains that Lei is burning her time, but something went clearly wrong already
Something
at the
clearly
very
went wrong.
beginning.
I mean,
Yes.
it was a poor decision. And another thing, CD, maybe she wanted to play CD, which would be okay, but maybe after CD I can also play knight e2.
So that's the way to exploit the knight on c6.
Yeah.
Yes, I had this idea, but I was not sure if you have an intermediate like move or jump, a quiet move. So the queen on c2 is attacking, yes, the knight
So
on
c6 is hanging, and then I'll take on d4 and have a nice blockade, and the bishop is...
maybe knight b5 is also possible, by
Knight
the
b5
way.
I
Emil.
will take. I thought about knight
Yes,
b5.
you thought, yes,
Yeah.
knight b5. But then you have this double pawns.
Yes, but
Queen c6.
bishop
yes.
d7. It was
Bishop d7, yes,
extra.
maybe let's try.
No, it's extra pawn.
Queen.
Here, if anything,
Maybe
then
bishop
bishop
b5, yes, of course. Mhm.
But then maybe concretely I'm okay with black. Yeah, bishop c6, rook c8. But you don't need all that, actually. I think you are... But maybe it's also to white's favor, something like that. And then queen d3. All in all, I mean, Georgian spectators who are following us can be happy with their local hero being in
the
a
last
very
day.
good position. Yeah. Few words about Nana, because Nana, you know, she has been around for so many years, and people forget that she has been very close, maybe the closest player to get to the World Championship match, who never got it. I remember, was it the Grand Prix, Women's Grand Prix 2012 or something around like that? This was a very, very close race between her and Humpy to qualify. And the last stage they played together, and Hampi needed to overtake Nana by entire point. The first round they play one against another, and Nana wins the direct clash against Hampi. So it looks now almost certain that Nana takes it, and she has been leading the tournament. Then she sort of missed a couple of opportunities, and still going into the last round, she just needed something like that she doesn't lose her game, and at the same time Hampi doesn't win against, I think, Elina Danilyan with black. And then Nana lost her game, and Hampi won with black and qualified for the match with qualified.
So maybe this was another moment, now that you remember, where Hampi got lucky?
No, this was not about luck. There was about her persistence. She lost first game, and then she kept playing and managed to take it.
She showed resilience, of course, just to prove that how difficult it is to get this chance even once, you know, in your professional career. And Nana, by the way, she was here in Sochi in the last 8, so she's been performing well till this stage, by the way, because we had our statistics about the way she performs in knockout events, but she never went farther than the quarterfinals.
She never qualified. Yes. I remember in Sochi 21 she lost to Muzachek in quarterfinals.
Yes.
And prior to that, she also lost a couple of times in quarterfinals. I think she was something like maybe 3 times or something. But she never excelled in this format.
Maybe can we show Nana's statistics, because I know that we have them. Yes, how does Nana perform in the knockout events? We used them in the previous round, of course, so let's remind our audience and also about, of course, Nana's results. I am here, by the way, Emil. I don't forget a thing, so yes, I have such admiration for my colleagues and peers, of course. So, oh, that's her tournament road, yes, in this tournament. But I also wanted, yes, to show
so she had
how Nana performs.
A difficult pairing here, as you can see. She won 2-0 against Daria Charichkina. Daria is a good player and not an easy opponent for first round. Then she had probably the most difficult opponent of all in Valentina Gunina, who was a former top player. Just due to some personal reasons, she dropped her rating, but she's still very strong. So the match was very close. I remember we were commenting on that for 2. And then she prevailed versus the former women's world champion Maria Muzachek, 1.5. So far she has been very successful, and I think she can be very happy about the outcome of the opening now, what's happening on the board. She couldn't expect for more, but it's I wouldn't say, you know, we are often victims of trying to judge just by the result, and it's not about the result. It's about the way. So we see now the table. Yeah, I mentioned you 3 times in quarterfinals. Indeed, I was right. So yeah, I didn't remember about 2004, but we can see that in 2021 she was eliminated by Anna Muzachek. We remember that, and 2017 by Harika, and that was in Iran in the event where Harika almost got to the final. There was a dramatic semi-final between Harika and Tan. It went to an Armageddon game. It was just a dramatic battle in 2017. And what a surprise, in 2010, I see the familiar name, Almira. So what was your
back
match?
In the days.
What do you remember about that match in 2010? It was in Turkey, was it?
Yes, it was in Turkey. Yes, it was a very wild match. But yes, we played tiebreaks. But in this World Championship, I played tiebreaks almost till the quarterfinals, and I declined the offer from Zhao Xu because I thought yet another tiebreak. I just can't, because I also had before that even a longer tiebreak with Victoria Chmielidze and then also Christina Feuchor. But Emil, I have a question for you. Nana is a very strong player, of course, so we've seen her results, and she reaches the quarterfinals, yet there is something missing. So what do you think is this one of the most important qualities that you need to have in order to advance even farther and to win the knockout events?
Difficult to say. I think it's very personal. I think you either have to be very strong, or you have to be very practical with very good nerves, or you have to be lucky in certain moments. But it's a combination
of factors.
I mean, if you are Jun, you will make it because you are just very strong. You don't need to be. But for most of the participants, the margins are so narrow that it's difficult. Even for Goryachkina here, who would have thought she would lose the very first match she plays? And she was such a successful player. I mean, she won in Baku, and then she qualified to the final in Sochi. So the same for Muzychuk. Muzychuk made it to the final in Tehran, and she almost always made it to quarterfinals in all the events she participated. So it's very difficult to define what's the quality required. I mean, the best is to be just super strong, but we see the margins now are more and more narrow. We see younger players emerging, and I'm very happy about having this generation of young players, because I think it shows that the work we have been doing at FIDE brings its fruits, bears its fruits, because we tried for all these years to try to create incentives for younger players to invest into themselves and to make themselves a professional chess players, to know that they can earn a good living by building this chess career. And previously it was possible only if you came from the very chess country, like Russia, like Ukraine, like Georgia, like China. Then India was added, but now
with
we have
wonderful chess traditions.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. Now we have a lot of talent emerging, and I'm happy to see it. And I foresee that we will have an avalanche of young players who are today around 20 or a bit younger, who would set a tone for 10 years to come, and who would not need to quit chess at a young age. What I'm sorry about is to see so many talented players who are young still today, 35, 40 or something, maybe more, who quit chess even before turning 30. Because they had to make a choice, whether to make a family life or pursue as a career, and chess didn't supply enough career opportunities. And nowadays, I think women's chess is the best situation ever, both with official events which FIDE conducts, the Grand Prix of 6 stages, the Grand Swiss, the World Cup, the World Rapid and Blitz, the World Rapid teams. So you have all the more events. Now Norway Chess has been brilliantly organizing Kearns Cup, and you have a lot of opportunities for top players to remain in the game. I would actually refer to yourself. I mean, maybe some spectators wouldn't know, but I remember very vividly you were number 3 in the world in 2001, if I remember, 2002.
No, later, after I won the European Championship.
Maybe
yes.
2002. I think there were only 3 players above 2,500 by that time, and you were the third. I think Judith, Stefanova, and you were number 3. I think.
But I think there were a few inactive players.
Okay,
maybe.
maybe.
Yes,
Yeah.
of course. But,
and still, after some time, you had to decide whether you remain as a professional, because there were not enough opportunities back 20 years ago. And I think it was it's a shame that such thing happened, and our role in FIDE to basically to ensure that players who want to pursue the career, to want to invest into the sportive side, and not just to play some chess and then to go and to live the game, that they stay in the game.
Well, I remember, yes, I also loved poker, and that allowed me actually to switch games for a few years. But you're absolutely right, Emil, and I am very happy to see that conditions are constantly improving for professional chess players. So that the decision to abandon the academic career and then to pursue chess and to dedicate yourself to the game completely, because there is no other way. It's just for the love of the game, you have to, I think, to do everything and to see where that will bring you, of course. Emil, I see that a lot of things have happened in the game between Deshmukh and Dronavalli.
Yes, let's switch there.
Let's
because
switch
we've been
to this game.
Talking.
Yes, by the way, Emil, how much time do we have, or we will have to go on a short
I
break
think
maybe
we'll,
after
we'll,
this
we'll
game?
go
Yes.
to the break in something like 10 minutes. Yeah, so we'll
So-
make a short circle.
Yes, we were talking about these qualities which are necessary in order to advance to the next stage. And you've talked about Divya and Hariko, of course, but I feel that the age and this drive at 19, because you're eager, you want this more, so you will like, sacrifice everything on the altar of the game. So do you think that Divya has chances to prevail in this match?
I'm not exactly sharing this point. I would say when you are younger, it's easier, not because you're ready to give everything, just because your life is so problemless when compared to when you're 35 or so.
Yes, the responsibilities.
Yeah,
yes,
there's no
of course, I
responsibility. You
understand.
can focus on the game. There's no family issues. There is no health issues. You just come and play chess. You are young, because you know that okay, even if it will not work this time, you'll have another 20 years of splendid career. And for a player who is 35 or 37, she would think, okay, I have this chance and maybe another one, and then my career is over, and I need it here. So that's actually, I would say that the older players wanted more. I would say the older players who remain faithful to the game, who invest in themselves, who are just playing out of inertia just to finishing their career, but who are still like Harika, who is obviously ambitious. They wanted more. Every win becomes more precious with age. I remember myself when I was my last big tournament I won when I was 2017, 40. And I had 2900 performance. I won the tournament in Poikovsky, was the best performance of my life. And it was such a joy. And I spoke to Vishy and I asked him, Vishy, what was your in the moment of the biggest happiness? Was it when you became first-time world champion, when in Delhi, when it was FIDE KO championship, Delhi and then Tehran? Was it when you beat Kramnik in this match? And he said, of course, there were several moments, but he said, but probably the biggest joy was when at the end of age of 45 or something, he won the World Rapid Championship in Saudi Arabia. Because he felt, that, suddenly when the wins became so rare, every big win becomes so precious. And that is correct for players like Harika or like Hampi. And I think they wanted more. It's more difficult for them. Yeah.
Emil, yes, I remember the interview given by Alexandra Kostyniuk after she won the World Cup in 2021. You're absolutely right to emphasize this point that she said this victory has such a different flavor. And maybe you're also appreciating those moments and taking pleasure in those moments which you were not even aware before, because it becomes even more than a struggle, of course, on the board. So Bishop C2 is on the board. Harika just played this move, and Divya is weighing her options. But is there any other move than Rook D2, the natural Rook D2? Oh, I just saw Rook E7.
There's
Yes, of
DC7.
course. Yes,
There's a lot of moves. Actually, I'm a bit puzzled why Harika found herself now in a worse position, because I think she was doing absolutely fine.
But let's maybe quickly have a look at the moves which were played.
A5, F4, and
F4. She played very energetically here. F4 and E5 then.
yes, but I have my doubts about move knight E6.
Okay, so
I'm, once again, for our spectators,
here.
I analyze without engines, so if I say anything that looks
But then what should
strange
Black do
or
here?
weird, or which computer do not approve on, that's fair. But I mean,
But maybe we do not approve on the lines of the computer. So, Alexandra once said, once again, she said, I don't care what computer thinks, make a move on the board.
I think Rook B8.
I was there in Monaco. Rook B8.
Rook B8 looked much more natural than this knight E6 move. Knight E6 is sort of, a move saying that, okay, I'm slightly worse and I will defend it. Rook B8 is a move challenging and saying, okay, well, what have you got there? Show me.
But as I see this position, Emil, then after rook b8, it comes to a very important strategic decision, and that's one of the questions that I wanted to ask you, how I see it. If white plays f5, then should black play f6?
No need, I think.
So you just play queen a5 here.
Yeah, my
yes?
queen is perfectly positioned. Oh, okay, 96. Sorry, I cannot
96 is hanging,
sorry,
yes.
yeah.
Maybe...
So rook b8, f5.
yes, f5, like...
But f6 is not a big threat so far. So rook on, first of all, rook b2 is still an option.
No, but it's like overall in general, yes? So like if you're faced with the move f5, I thought that should black stop this advance and play f6 or not? Maybe after rook b8 I will play b3, then f5. But just
Yeah,
overall.
but something was here along these lines, yeah. Bishop d7.
Yes, and f5, so let's say f6, yes?
Yeah, I think it's okay for black. I don't see a lot of ways to improve for white because, I mean, whenever you play f5, I recall the game Lasker Capablanca from 1914. That was a famous game, but it was a different pawn structure without d6 pawn because it was a real Lopez exchange dc6. Yeah, so here it is not as effective. For that matter, I would propose you to see if those interested in f5, f6 position, 2 games I would
study another
yeah,
class
Lasker
game.
Capablanca 1914, but also Fischer won a game in the real Lopez exchange in the 1960s, in late 1960s. I don't recall whether it was versus Portish or so. Just look Fischer C67 or C68 index, C68 I think. Yeah, real Lopez exchange, and this maneuver is f5 is white. But here the position is totally different because the structure, the pawn on d6,
Yes.
and it's different.
And
Anyways,
we
let's
have
see
a
what's
few
happening.
moves,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
because Divya played rook d2, the move that I suggested, but anyway, the rook was under the attack, so either rook e7 or rook d2, bishop f5, d takes c7, and queen c7. So let's just give our assessment, you know, either play for white or black is fine. Because f4 is on the board. Maybe this actually gives Harika good hopes, you know, that she can equalize.
I think it's all matter of the next couple of moves because it's a very concrete position. Let's say if the move like queen c5 would have worked for white, it can be very unpleasant for black. But maybe it's nothing special. I don't know if
Maybe
the idea is if you take on f4 then rook f2 winning bishop.
and the queen is on c5,
She
by
played
the
queen
way.
c5, yeah.
By the way, if you would have seen the position, but you wouldn't have known who are the players, you could have said that Harika is playing white. Yes, you know, she likes this
She
very
almost never
slight...
plays e4.
Yes, but I mean here, but she likes these slight edges, yes, you know, and playing long grilling games, you know, tiring her opponent, wearing them out. So will she be on the other side of this scenario for once?
Yeah, it looks. I mean, I'm sure that black is capable of holding it, but she needs to make a couple of very good moves in order not to be in a difficult position. Because a part of the bishop also, there's some ideas like knight b5 or knight d5 are in the air. And probably she would play
She can trade
queen
queens,
e7,
yes.
yes. But I would not take immediately. I'd probably play something like rook e5, both protecting and attacking your bishop.
And bringing the rook to the c file and attacking the pawn, of course, on c6.
Let's say I would not be extremely fascinated to hold it with black, but I would not believe that I'm going to lose it. g6. Bishop is bishop after all. You cannot get this pawn. Somewhere I will sacrifice it to get an initiative.
And you cannot take on f5, of course, because the queen is pinned. Yes,
Yeah,
please
yeah.
don't forget that this rook f5, queen f5 sacrifice is not
Harika is a very
possible.
tenacious defender. She showed it in the match with Stavrula and also in the match
Katerina, yes.
versus Lagno. So I'd say that, I mean, White is obviously better, but black should hold it.
Okay, so let's move to the game between Tanjongi, Vaishali, Ramesh Babu. A lot of things happened also in this game. You see that the character of the position is
Changed dramatically.
Yes, changed dramatically. So what do you think here? Knight d7 is on the board, just like first intuitive assessment.
Intuitive wouldn't help because it's very concrete. I mean, she wants to play knight e5 next move, and it's either it works or it doesn't. And it's very concrete. Let's say queen b5, knight e5, maybe knight h4 also. Rook a3 probably to protect it.
Can you? Oh no, you cannot like pile another.
Yeah, because if you play knight h4,
yes,
then
of
I
course,
take
the
the
knight on e5, yes, is hanging. So maybe white is better. It's like extra pawn, and
yeah, if there is nothing concrete, then there is a healthy pawn.
Vaishali managed to parry all the threats, of course. But you remember the game between Alexandra Kostyanyuk and Tanjongi in Monaco Grand Prix? There was the similar scenario. She was doing very well with the black pieces. I mean, just not the same opening, but then started a series of dubious like sacrifices in order to activate her pieces. And Alexandra calculated very well, and she won the game. Just simply took everything, and this pawn on b5 won one of those things. Like
Yeah, she
somewhere
even
in the
took
game.
the watch for the most beautiful game, actually, after winning this one. I remember it well.
Okay, so maybe let's not get very deep into this one, because we will start another maybe, how do you call this, dramas for, and FIDE will have to write letters of excuses, as I said at the beginning. But let's move to the game between Hampi Koneru and Yuxin Song.
Yes, that's probably the last one I'll be commenting on, because I'll need to pause here to actually put my FIDE hat on me and go to draft another contract.
But e6, f takes e6, only a few moves have been played, by the way. And after Rook e1, she just gave this pawn away, so castle was played. But then Rook e6, we have the bishop f6 and Rook ae1, so bringing the second rook to the e file, controlling everything here.
Oh, what an amazing position! Look what's Hampi's idea. So bishop d5 is the most natural move. She would play rook e7.
Okay, so it's like
bishop probably.
let's try. And you want to play knight g5
yes,
next?
and I want. Now, if you play rook e8 or rook f7, I play knight g5. I don't protect. I don't exchange.
Maybe just show it on the
Yes,
board.
for example,
of course.
rook e8. You want to kick it, but then knight g5.
Knight g5, attacking this, bishop on d5, yes,
And it's over.
Yes, and it's over. By the way, and yes, and maybe let's mention in that position that all this works, of course, because there is no move knight f6, because the queen is is hanging on.
So in this
a7.
position, if they reach this position, the critical would be bishop takes f3. And now a question whether I have to take it, because I probably have a time.
Want to start with the check?
Bishop h6, another move which I love. Now I want to take on g7. You cannot play. You cannot take because queen goes to h7. The only move is rook f7, as far as I see.
By the way, Emil, but I was just wondering, could we combine all your ideas, and if bishop d5, can we start with knight g5 immediately?
Yes, I thought about it.
Because I'm pretty sure that you saw this move. Maybe this is even winning immediately, because you can take on d5.
It looked too prosaic to me, but actually it is much simpler. I have to agree. Yeah, a very good shot, good call.
So there are so many ideas, tactical ideas for Hampi Koneru, and actually Son Yuxin, who didn't think, like in the opening phase for a long time. Now she probably grasped all the nuances and subtleties of this position, but maybe it's too late already. What do you think? After rook e1?
I don't know what's the valuation, what computer says about it, but it looks very, very, very
dangerous
for black. I mean, if black is not losing, then it must be only one way not to lose. I don't know which one, but the path is very narrow. You could feel that threats are like super dangerous.
By the way, Emil, I just had the information. Our team, they informed me that the evaluation is that white is simply winning.
Simply winning, yeah.
And the only move, I don't know for what reasons, is c4.
Right.
So probably to play d3, yes, or just to deflect everything,
queen,
yes,
yeah.
to deflect the queen.
Take and play king h8. Yes, but it's then it's already white. White also in material equal and still have all the advantages of the position.
Okay, thank you, Emil, for sharing, first of all, so many stories, answering all the questions. Will you be coming back?
I'll be joining studio tomorrow for a very short time. Tomorrow is International Chess Day,
Yes,
and I have
20. I
also
wanted
a lot of
just to bring
duties.
this up.
Yes, so I think we'll start the broadcast a bit earlier, like 2:45, and I'll stay for a bit less than an hour. And of course, if our spectators have any questions, they are welcome to submit it in the chat
Yes.
or by any other mean. And once again, thank you for following this wonderful event. I think we managed to accomplish what we planned, to have a great event, which is of enormous sportive importance, but also it brings a lot of joy to spectators and fans.
Yes, thank you, Emil. And of course, please stay tuned. During this short break, we had the analysis by Koneru prepared for you, of her yesterday game. So I think Valerian will make his appearance in today's broadcast after this short break. Stay tuned, and of course, please share with us how are you planning to spend this chess day. Maybe you have already an annual tradition, joining friends, playing chess marathons, and we will be back in a few minutes.
This International Chess Day, FIDE challenges you to take the game to new places, literally. From mountaintop matches to underwater games, or a blitz session at your favourite local landmark. Play anytime between July 10th and 20th. Share your moment using hashtag International Chess Day or send it to social media @FIDE.com. Your game will be seen in all parts of the globe. Unleash your creativity. Make your move. And celebrate chess your way. Let's show the world that chess can be played by anyone and in any place.
The fourth round of the World Cup tiebreaks has just ended, and we have the winners who are advancing to round 5, the final 8. One of the most important matchups today was Koneru playing against Alexander Kostyniuk. Hampi, first of all, heartfelt congratulations for your win against a very tough opponent, Alexander Kostyniuk. Both of you have been world champions in the rapid format, so we were expecting a very interesting matchup. Give me your thoughts about these two games you just played with Alexandra.
Yeah, I was completely lucky to win the first game. Though I had a very quite decent position after the opening, I started playing all the wrong plans and I was forced to give up the piece. And it's completely winning for her, but Black just needs to find the most accurate moves. Like the way she played with Bishop B7 and Queen F6, I gained one more pawn. Probably direct Rook D8 is much stronger. and then it became tricky as it's a shorter time control, and I won it.
But we'll go into the second game just in a moment, as you promised to us. But first, let me ask you about your performance up to here, because you defeated Kamdamova and also Kulon, both of them in the classical game, so you haven't actually had to play a tiebreak up to here. How would you rate your performance to date?
I had a very mixed performance. I had a lot of seesaws in the games. Even yesterday in the classical game, I was completely winning, then I missed it out and went into a very troubled position and came out of it. So yeah, it was like seesaw, and Kostenik is quite a strong opponent, and definitely she utilized the opportunity yesterday, and today it was like anybody can win the match. So it was just we just played it and it worked out for me.
Both of you are extremely strong rapid players. As I said before, both of you won the World Rapid twice, but you're the current World Rapid champion. What does it mean at this stage in your career to get to the final 8 of the World Cup and have a solid chance at trying to get to the final?
Actually, I've been to semi-finals quite a lot of times. So for me, it's nothing great so far. And also, I had seen many bad results in the knockout, like losing quite early in the round 2 itself. So knockout is quite tricky, and even the strongest player can, get eliminated in the earlier rounds because of this format. So I really don't have any thoughts about the placings or something. I just wanted to play the game.
Do you think, by the way, that playing the rapid tiebreak today will be beneficial for the rest of your tournament, having not a rest day, but a chance to actually fight in these rapid controls?
I really don't know. If it works out, well, good.
Okay. We'll talk about your next opponent afterwards, but as we were saying, the first game was a mess, but you ended up winning it, so you only needed a draw in the second game. Let's see what happened.
Yeah, I was surprised with her opening choice. Probably she wanted to take me out of the preparation, so went for a practical choice. And I don't know, I felt very comfortable out of the opening, but at this point, I really like this knight e8 because knight d7, she goes f4. I can't go f6 due to e6. But here, whenever she goes f4, I have f6. So I like this knight e8. And I don't know, maybe, here I felt my knight on e6 is quite a strong piece over the board. But here I spent a lot of time because I really badly wanted to play this d4, knight e4, and I was looking at moves like queen a5, but my problem was f4.
You weren't sure about this position?
I wasn't sure because of this f5 rolling, and of course I could take on e4 and play this, but with this double bishops I didn't like it, and I went for of course when I played this f5, I calculated this knight d5, bishop d5, rook d1. And I know I can't go for the f2 pawn because of bishop d5, but I thought of playing knight c7, bishop f4. Okay, I thought I could go rook f4. I didn't think furthermore from here. I felt this should be fine, but now I see it's a bad position for black. I think this is the opportunity she got, but once I got this position...
So we were saying before, no, it's a bit surprising that having that tactical shot there, she didn't really spend time.
Like she played
just missed it.
Yeah, she played f4 quite fast. In fact, I didn't expect this move at all because without the pawn on e5, it didn't make sense for me to play f4. This position, I'm happy here. Like for me, I felt material doesn't matter because the king is vulnerable and the center passer is quite strong. So I'm giving up this h7 pawn intentionally, like bishop c5, knight c5, bishop h7, queen h5, king g8, and queen c5, rook c8. All my pieces are in the game.
We're actually discussing this option in the media.
Yeah, so I was fine. I was feeling better for black.
The pawn is very strong and her is slightly weak. So.
Right. So to my knowledge, this is quite a good position for black. And of course, here maybe not rook b8. I completely missed that she could play queen f3 since I don't have a knight g5, queen d5 check. I didn't realize, like, I played it quite fast. Probably here itself I should have played the rook d8 direct. It would have helped me. But then I realized this d5 square is becoming tricky, and I had to play this g5 to consolidate the position. Yeah, and once I got the rook d8, the bishop doesn't have a good square. No, I think for sure I must be winning at some points as well, but the time was quite short, and at some point, maybe not queen e3. I was also looking at rook e6, rook e3 in this position. But okay, since the time was short, I didn't want to risk anything, so I went for all the possible solid moves. Yeah, just
So with a draw being enough,
yeah, right.
it makes sense to
Right.
towards the ending and
Right.
not go into too many complications.
Yeah, definitely it should be a winning position. Well, it's just time scramble moves, a lot of things, and yeah, so yeah.
Because we stop here.
Yeah.
This is probably still a winning position, but this beat it out into a draw, which was more than enough to get through. So now we go to the next round, round 5. You'll be 8 players left over. And the interesting thing is that your opponent, I'm sure when you were analyzing your possible path, you weren't expecting to find Song Yushin at this point of the tournament. She's been playing it outstandingly well, that is for sure. What are your thoughts on the matchup? What experience do you have, if you have played with her before? What can you tell us about the matchup with Song?
No, I haven't played with her, and I don't even know much about her. So, yeah. But definitely, she has beaten many strong players to be here. That shows her potentiality, and it's going to be quite a tough game.
Do you think she's probably slightly underrated?
Maybe. I don't know. I really don't know.
Okay, so what are you going to do now to prepare for this such an important game, which is tomorrow? There's no rest day in the middle.
Yeah. So I would relax for some time. I'll go out for a walk, and then probably I'll start preparing.
Okay. My final question, this one will be more for social media. As you know, very soon, on the 20th, it's International Chess Day. What message would you send out to all your fans, and you have many, many fans, to celebrate the International Chess Day?
I think playing chess is not just it just no need to be at a professional level, but I think every child needs to know the game and play the sport, because that would improve their general skills and also their development, so they could make the right decisions in their life.
Koneru Hampi, Grandmaster, World Rapid current champion, with her message for everyone: keep improving and have fun with chess. Hampi, thank you very much for it.
Thank you.
Chessboard. 64 black and white squares. Or is it more than that? It's a battlefield. A stage where strategy meets instinct. This is where women play their own way. Playing with fire. Playing with heart. Playing with emotions. Playing as strong as any man can play, and beyond. Every move you make breaks the old rules. Every game you play redraws the map. No ceilings, no labels, no limits. This is not just a game. This is your arena.
Washington, D.C., August 4th to 5th, 2025. The Smart Moves Summit, a global education conference where chess meets learning. Held alongside the FIDE World Schools Team Championship. Global dialogue on chess, cognition, and education. Federations, researchers, EdTech. One stage, one mission. Topics that move the world. Meet leading influencers. Timur Turlov, Dana Reisnies, Jerry Nash, Leoncho Garcia, and more inspire, unite, transform. Join the international community shaping education. Play smarter, learn bolder. Let's make future together. Don't miss this unique opportunity. Register now and be part of the change.
Chess is more than just a game. It's a tool for empowerment, connection, and transformation. In 2025, FIDE is proud to launch the Year of Social Chess. We believe in the power of chess to bring about positive change, from therapy and education to rehabilitation and inclusion. Social chess is our way to build a better world. The Year of Social Chess will introduce groundbreaking initiatives across the globe. Monthly themes will address critical social challenges: chess for protection in refugee camps, chess for cognitive health among the elderly, and even chess for addiction recovery. Through this initiative, we're mobilizing communities, conducting research, and creating opportunities for all to experience the joy and impact of chess. Join us for online chess events, global conferences, and even a documentary film festival that will showcase the power of social chess. Let's make 2025 a year to remember. The Year of Social Chess is here. Let's change the world, one move at a time.
Dear chess friends, welcome back to our studio in Batumi, and welcome back, Valeri. Magical chairs, musical chairs, chess chairs. We have the first game of the fifth round of the Women's World Cup. Fifth round is synonym to the quarterfinal stage. We have 3 Chinese players, 4 Indian players, and Nana Dzagnidze, who joined the party. Let's have a look, Valery.
Yeah,
Maybe
let's
let's start with the first game, Nana Dzagnidze against Lei Tinji. How we can bring the board.
We have only 13 moves.
Yes, this game has been
Wow,
developing
what?
so slowly.
Wait a sec. So, on the 13th move, Lei Tingji has only 20 minutes on the
Yes,
clock.
because after this move A3 played by Nana, once again, let's just show. Lei spent so much time, but after A3, allowing D4, I was asking, what if D4? Yes, knight E4, let's say, just in case, to show. Knight E4, take on E4, queen E4, F5, I don't know, queen somewhere, maybe queen F4 then, but okay, anyway, the idea is to play E5, yes? So Lei thought for such a long time, so maybe after D4, E takes D4, C takes D4, but we could have had the similar, like, center. She thought for more than, I think, 30
Yes, but
minutes.
it seems to me okay for black.
Yes,
Huh?
but please tell me, do you have the time spent on this move B6?
No, I can't see it.
Okay, because I don't know how much time Lei spent overall on this move. So we have only 13 moves on the board. Both players avoided tiebreak, so they had enough time to prepare. Of course, we know that the amount of the information that they have to take in and the openings, maybe new openings even to learn. So knight E7 is on the board. Knight C6, C7. First of all, why did Lei play this move? Why
Knight 97.
Knight
right?
E7.
So
Why
knight
she...
A4 was hanging.
Exactly. We were thinking that knight A4 was one of the threats here. So if castle simply in this position, yes, then we can think about this move knight E4 attacking the pawn on C5. And the thing is that I thought that if black plays queen E7 here, white could take on F6.
Yes, sure.
Yes, and then G takes F6 in order to avoid...
And rook FC1.
Yes, but then how about bishop H7? I don't understand. Yes,
the
bishop
pawn is also
H7, yes,
hanging,
you can
yeah.
take the pawn there, so that this position is
Okay, but knight
simply winning
E7 is
for
giving
white.
another chance for white to use that temporary advantage that they have in development, as the king is still in the center, and play E4, which is also quite common move in this pawn structure. And in case of taking on E4, after knight takes E4, here it seems black is in trouble. And after E4, if the... Okay, E5 is a threat. So if black plays D4, then here I think we have a choice. Knight A4 or even E5. E5 seems to me a little bit crazy, but still. Okay, on E5, bishop takes F3. Here we need the engine. Here, so many pieces are hanging. So, okay.
So let's try once again. E4.
E4, D4. Okay, because if taking on E4, then it's just a clear advantage
Yes.
for white. So we have to consider what's going on D4. And E5,
But why
maybe
can't
it's too crazy,
But why
what's
can't
going
you make the same move?
Knight A4, yes,
attacking
definitely.
the pawn on C5?
Definitely,
and
knight
then,
A4 and B4 maybe even
Yes,
then,
B4,
yeah?
but then you still have this threat, E5.
Yes.
And the knight on C3.
E5 is
yes.
still threatening. I'm just curious what's going on E5. Is it possible or not? Yeah, it's just the interesting move. What's going on E5? Instead of knight A4, if we play E5.
Maybe bishop F3.
Bishop F3 and take on D6.
Yes, this seems like a very straightforward line, of course. So maybe.
Interesting, right? So queen has to take, it seems like that. Queen has to
Yes,
take on
let's
d6.
play queen d6.
G
of
takes
course.
f3. Pawn takes c3. And maybe bishop takes. What is this position? Has to be slightly better for white, but I have a feeling that we need more from that position, the origin position that we have with white. So of course e5 is not necessary. After e4, d4, knight a4, c5 pawn is hanging, e5 is still hanging, some b4s is also coming. It seems to me a very good position.
Valeria, look at the difference in their postures. Nana is fully concentrated. Lei knows that she is in trouble.
Yes, and she's hiding.
But
her face.
she has only 20 minutes left. But look at this. Nana is getting closer. She has so
some
much
25,
time. Yes.
yeah. Well, actually, it's a kind of decisive moment in the game. Okay, but not e4. Okay, e4 seems to me a very nice move. Instead of that,
Nana played knight
e2.
e2. The thing is, of course, she's threatening to spoil black structure by taking on f6. Yes, is this the idea? But e4 was so
e4 was so natural.
so
and
interesting, yes,
yeah.
so natural. But maybe then e4, d takes e4. I think maybe we should avoid all those
Okay,
complications. Of
e4,
course.
d takes e4, but is not it clearly better for white?
Yes, but at the same time, maybe she wanted to play this position with like all the minor pieces on the board, and she felt like if we exchange everything, yes, so and black castles, black will be okay.
Too few resources to win. You mean that?
Yes, okay, you can still make another
I
move.
like this position.
Bring the rook to d1,
Rook
probably.
d1, yes.
But maybe b3 pawn was
It's a
one of her
counterplay,
concerns. Yes.
It's
Even
definitely
if we
a
see that you
counterplay.
can play knight d2, knight c4, maybe let's show rook d1. Yes, Lee is looking puzzled. By the way, it's fascinating, you know. It's like having those players in front of us, of course, but we are not playing
Yeah.
those games. And since I've been at this stage, but I've never made it to the semifinals, it's like
okay. And
I
she-
feel that I'm living vicariously,
Yeah.
yes, facing late
And
in
she
G,
responded almost immediately. She played rook c8.
rook c8. But bishop f6,
What's going? Pardon me?
yes. Pardon my French.
Yeah.
But bishop f6, so Lei allows this
To happen.
structural change. So she thinks that she is forced, yes, to play.
But
rook
also there is a
c8.
problem with the king that the black could not castle.
Wait. But take on f6, yes,
Yes,
and
I
knight
took.
g3. Dana
Yes.
played knight e2, maybe with the idea of playing knight g3, then knight h5. How can you castle here? Maybe Lei, she wants to stay
And what is
with the king in the center.
Very interesting. Another knight will come to f5 from h4. After knight g3, then knight h4 and knight f5.
So maybe knight g6, yes,
I
to
love
avoid
this
knight
position.
h4, but then you have knight f5. And
Straight away.
yes, and even before your idea a bit later, yes, now that the queen is on c2, I'm not sure it works immediately. Even if you sacrifice this pawn, we know that this is a positional sacrifice because as soon as the knight comes to d4,
Yes.
this bishop stays on b7 forever.
Yeah, I love this position for white. And I think Nana was not considering rook c8 at all. It is so straight answer that like with knight e2, Nana just says that I want to capture on f6 and put the knight on g3, and late in g just ignored it.
Modern chess?
Modern chess, yes.
Can we compare it to a modern art? You know, because at the beginning we were not even sure. You know, it's like what is
so
going
definitely in this position will be a huge time trouble. I think so, because they have 24 moves to do.
And Nana takes
Captured
on
on
she
f6.
captures on f6. This is the move which we make with the hand. Yes.
Yes.
It's like it's so natural to us. You just spoil the structure and then you find the follow-up. Valerie, let's move to the game between Divya Deshmukh and Harika Dronavalli. It was more positional game. So we have an endgame
very
with
close
rooks.
to draw, right?
Yes, and knight versus bishop.
A4?
Yes, is having 45 minutes. But I wanted to say that Divya is down to her last 10 minutes in this game. But,
Yes, but not a complicated position actually, and still 10 minutes for 13 moves will not be a huge trouble, I think so, in this position.
she just played b3 because
Yes.
this pawn was under attack, and she's threatening to take on a6. Will we see massive simplification if black plays a4?
Okay, well, actually black is doing draw here, right? I mean, they have to fight for it, so that's why a4 is a good idea, and we have it on the board.
Because we just need to trade this weak pawns against the pawn a and b. So let's say rook c6, yes? Rook c6, rook c6, you take on b3.
Which rook you are taking on c6?
Any rook.
What about a takes b?
Here.
No, there is nothing.
The
You
yellow
just
take,
capture this and knight c3.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, but I immediately took on c6 in my
Yeah,
head
so
anyway.
take.
And here you are.
I think
you
it
have
goes to
rook
draw,
d6.
yeah? Immediate draw. Take on b3. Take on b3 and rook takes b3. We
And-
can say that this game is just a draw, and
And
it
we
will
know-
be a handshake
Yes,
soon.
we know that we need to reach the move 30, so let's stay at this game for
that's
a
already
few
there, right?
minutes.
Yeah.
So Harika takes on b3. So both players,
It's move number 30.
Yes.
And they are looking in the score sheet, I think. Yeah. So
so let's have a look. We will stay on this game. We came back at the very right moment, but once again, the fatigue is taking its toll on the players. They had to go through tie breaks yesterday, so it's only natural, yes, maybe to take things
Yeah.
slow. But Harika
Harika went
is
away.
very dangerous with the white pieces. She is not going away without a fight, yes. After rook b3, because you think that you can play knight d4, but then rook b1 check, of course, and then the bishop goes away.
Bishop goes on e4.
Let's
Bishop
see if we
goes
have
on
this
e4.
move on the board. And rook b2 is even a threat, yes?
Yes.
So she just offered a draw.
Just a sec. I offered the draw. Yeah, that was just happened.
And she didn't play knight d4, but rook c3.
Okay, what about rook b2?
Anything. Knight
Just
g3.
knight d4, knight d4, knight f3.
No, but knight g3 not allowing you to play bishop e4 if you want to be extra
Yes, but
careful
I don't
here.
like the knight on g3.
Yes, but then you can play a5, and again, here we have, this is our first draw. Divya Deshmukh drew with the white pieces against her colleague, compatriot Harika Dronavalli. It's a very good result, I think,
Yeah.
for both players, and we
It's
went
just
through the
okay.
opening. Yes, it was a very balanced game. So let's move to the game between Hampi Koneru and Sonia Xing. Hampi played bishop d6, attacking the rook on f8, and probably Song had to leave this rook there.
Yes,
because
and she did.
she did, yes, because we were analyzing this game with Emil. And there's so many threats in this position that she simply had to abandon the rook on f8 in order to defend her position.
Yeah. So Hampi captured on f8 and gave the exchange back. Yeah, because the rook on e6 and the knight on f3, both of them were hanging. So rook f6, take on f6, and queen f5. The black's king is quite weak, a very complicated position. Look at this. Two passed pawns in the center, connected passed pawns. One of them is extra, but on the same time, black has a problem with the safety of the king.
Yes, but the thing is, I feel that this positional imbalance, it of course favors white because white's pieces are more active.
And king is
Yes.
more important than the
Yes.
pawn.
And this factor, yes, the king's safety is probably the most important factor when you are assessing this position. So what are black's chances here?
The f6 pawn is hanging.
Mm-hmm.
So king g7 is not possible because of rook e7. That's just for information. Now let's think how to... No, I don't think we can support that pawn. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
There's no chance because rook c6 is so ugly move. Even rook e7 or just moving the knight will be a huge problem there for black. So maybe we have to leave that pawn and play something defensive, like maybe bishop d5.
Because I was thinking about the
Bishop
move
d5
rook
is in-
e8, you know, to swap
Bishop
the rooks,
d5
because
is-
I was afraid of rook e7, but the pawn on c5 is also
Yeah, the
hanging.
pawn
Maybe
is
then
hanging on c5.
Humpy can switch to the other side of the board. That's the beauty of,
Yeah,
of
so
her
for
position.
example,
Yes.
on rook e8, we can capture on c5 as well as on e8.
So maybe we should take on e8 first, yes, and then queen c5, yes. So attacking b4 and d4.
So what about queen takes a4?
We should take on d4, yes, 3-1, 3. Okay,
Queen-
just restoring the material balance.
Queen takes d4, maybe.
Maybe knight takes first. So you have both possibilities, by the way. By the way, what if you give check first? I thought that where are you going with your
I
king?
have to go on h8 as on g7 it could be dangerous.
Yes,
okay.
because then
okay,
I
let's say g7.
But because then I wanted to take on d4 and knight f5 also is coming with check. Maybe there are a lot of threats and you will be overextended at some point.
Very dangerous position.
Maybe queen d7 back, yes. How about... But now I can take on b4
B7.
as well, yes, of course. And
Yeah. Well, let's see.
what can we suggest? How many minutes? 20
They have
minutes?
enough time.
Yes, for
26
Humphrey.
against 20. Okay, so still maybe rook e8 is the only option.
But you wanted to play bishop d5,
yeah,
but
but
then
after
it
rook
allows
e7,
rook e7.
rook
yes.
e7, when I see rook e7,
Yes.
I'm just afraid of that move. It scares.
Maybe let's show it on the board, yes, before we switch to our last game. Yes, rook e7 with devastating attack. Vaishali Ramesh Baba was playing very well against Tan Zhongyi. Let's get back to the position of when Tan Zhongyi sacrificed the pawn after the move knight d7.
Which number?
20.
20th.
Yes. We were thinking that queen b5 was possible, then knight d5, and Emil suggested here a very nice move, so like in the game, queen b5, knight d5, rook a3. You
I
just
love it.
holding everything, just holding the fort, you know, and you cannot play knight h4, you cannot throw another knight at the white's kings, because knight is hanging, queen e5 is
In case
possible.
of knight h4, there is just queen e5.
And Vaishali actually played here queen f3. So what didn't she like after knight d5 and rook a3? Because I'm pretty sure that she saw this move. Maybe bishop e7, attacking the rook.
Makes
so,
sense.
Yes, and
Rook c.
Where should it
rook
go?
c3 could be dangerous.
rook
Has to be
c3.
rook c3.
Rook c3, but then...
And rook b8.
But rook b8 and bishop b4, yes?
Yes.
That's the line both players calculated, I think. It's so then queen somewhere, yes, queen e2. And bishop b4. And white has to give up the exchange.
Yeah. Okay, anyway, so queen e2 was in the game.
Queen e2, then Tan won. Well, she exchanged, she traded the knights on f3, queen f3.
Good.
She decided to trade queens.
Definitely black
And
has a good
Knight
compensation.
h4, king f1. So knight can capture on f3. And how about this position?
What's going on here? Knight on f3 stays well, but he's not doing much. But on the same
Vaishali has
time,
14 minutes only, by the
on the
way.
same time, what's going on bishop f6? I want just to control the diagonal and keep attacking the pawn on b2.
Maybe you should start first with rook b8, then
Rook
bishop
b8,
f6.
yeah, also
I mean,
makes
both
sense.
moves are possible. Of course, I like
Yeah.
bishop f6, but I was thinking that bishop f6 allows this move, rook a3 once again, because
Rook a3?
I'm aware that this move exists. Yes, and now the knight is not protected.
Yeah,
And
makes
yes,
sense.
where do you go with your knight after this one? So maybe rook b8 first with the same idea. And if you play rook a3 here, you know, it's not going anywhere
And
because,
there
you
is
know,
knight
it's not
e5
attacking
also
this.
the option.
Knight e5, of course.
On the same time, the same bishop e7 makes sense. Yeah, complicated position, but it's a fact that the black has the full compensation for pawn. So let's see how it goes.
Yes, but let's say that the position remains highly complex anyway. This
Yeah.
is a very interesting endgame.
Let's go
with
to the
rooks
first
and
board
minor
again.
pieces. And so with mutual chances here,
Yeah,
yes,
so-
after
yeah,
knight
sure,
f3, rook
sure.
d1.
Sure. So Nana Dzagnidze played. Oh, she did not play knight g3.
Okay,
So she played rook fd1,
and we just had a move,
h5, queen b2, and
d4.
d4.
So Lee is trying to accomplish the same thing. She wants to take on f3.
Yes.
But can we avoid this? Let's say we take on d4, he takes d4. Yes, bishop can take on f3. What an unusual position. Okay, white castle, black still has the king in the center. And so Lei can activate her rook and play rook g8, queen d7, queen h3. Yes, and now that the pawn is on h5, in knight g3 you will play h4. What do you think?
King h1 and yes, and queen d7. I think this is an important moment.
But then if I play a rook g1, queen h3 simply wins, yes? Or
Is
not?
it? I don't
Or
know.
how? Because I'm threatening mate on
Queen
h2. No, no,
h3,
no.
I will take on
Yes, I
g8.
can take and then knight g3, yes? So
Yeah.
then it's fine. Okay, then
I think it's okay.
how should we continue after rook g1? And maybe if you
Oh, she
take...
took on d4.
Yes, yes, we might see this line because it seems that Lei took on f3, but rook g1 on this line, queen h3, and then you still have your move knight g3 because h4, and I can play bishop f1, I think. Yes, let's show.
On rook take g1, isn't it possible to take with the knight, or it's too much?
Yes, but let's show. I want to play rook g1. Rook g1, even if it allows queen h3, I have knight g3 because I think it's a better square for the knight. If you are
And
not
then
losing
h4?
immediately, you have bishop f1.
Ah,
And then you bring your knight to e4, I think.
what a devilish move. Bishop f1. And then knight e4 also.
Yes,
yeah?
I want knight e4, yes.
So, for example, queen e6.
Yes, knight
Should
e4.
we play immediately?
Yes, yes, I like my move, knight e4.
Yeah,
But
here.
it's a very unusual position, and once again, king safety in this very complex middle game will be one of the major factors, which might as well decide the game, because as you can see after knight e4 and the king on e8, you know, it's getting darker
Yeah.
in this room, especially for the black pieces. So Nana is fully concentrated. How many minutes do we have left for both players?
19 for Nana and 13 for Lei Ting-ji.
So will she play rook g8 here after
I think
g
Queen
takes
D7
c3?
could be more flexible and hidden.
Okay. Queen d7, so preparing rook g8 and...
Well, still King H1, right? Because the king on H1 is the safest place.
Yes, let's just play king h1, of course. But then, I still have this move bishop f1, yes, in every line. So
Yes,
you cannot
everywhere we have it.
But maybe you can start with h4 here. So I'm not allowing knight g3. And here you can make your move knight g1.
Straight away.
Yes. Just getting rid of all these ideas and protecting the pawn on f3, which is, of course, all very important.
Yeah, seems good. Seems good.
So Nana has a lot of defensive resources. At least we managed to navigate
Yeah, and
through this
also on the same time, let's mention that she's pawn up. Yeah? That could be the decisive moment for the endgame later. Let's go to the next game. Vaishali against Tan Zhongyi. Yes, knight f3 and yes, rook d1. Now Tan Zhongyi is thinking. So we were suggesting rook b8.
Yes.
One more time to prepare bishop f6, attacking the b2 pawn, and continue dominating, we can say like that, because the white pieces are too passive. Let's see if Tan Zhongyi will play a rook b8.
I think as I was trying to make a few lines work, even to make this knight f6 work, you know, because I was thinking...
Knight what?
Bishop f6, sorry. Because, of course, we know that rook a3 will follow, attacking the knight. Let's just show it here. If bishop f6, so I was trying to understand, do we need the knight on e5 here, or maybe we can play knight d4? And I immediately realized that knight d4 is met by knight h5. So challenging the knight and the bishop at the same time. And of course, if I will manage to take on f6 and play bishop e3, this will be a much better endgame for white.
And on bishop e5 could be bishop f4.
Oh, this is like I didn't go that far, but I think that bishop e3 was also
And
possible.
bishop f6 is in the game.
Ah, no, you have knight c2 here.
Bishop f4 is kind of interesting move, because trading the minor pieces will give the white a chance to use her extra pawn later. So trading is very good for white. That's why.
So you mean you want to play with the bishop against the knight, yes?
Yes.
With the knight against the
Yes.
bishop.
So
Yes,
bishop
it's
takes
the
f4,
opposite,
rook
yes.
takes d4. Why not? Less pieces, less pressure, and the extra pawn is still on the board.
Yes, there are a lot of possible transformations, of course, and very often it leads to endgames where we are familiar with, where we know the ideas, but also which are maybe easier to play. So you feel that here it will be easier to play with the knight.
Okay, anyway, in the game, Tan Zhongyi played bishop f6.
So we might as well witness this variation, yes? After bishop f6, rook a3. So where should the knight go here? So if not knight d4...
Maybe we are not moving the knight and just playing bishop e5.
Oh, bishop e5, okay. And the thing is, do we want to keep this knight on f3? Yes, which is sort of... It's a joker, yes, in black's position. Where we need to get rid of this knight. But if we play king g2, you always have this check, knight h4, king e2, you have the check, knight d4. So it's not easy to get rid of this monster on f3.
But still, it seems rook a3 is the best move for white. after bishop f6. Otherwise, rook a b8 is coming, and white could be in troubles.
Can you play here rook d3, by the way? No, I mean rook a3. You want to play bishop e5. That's the position I was considering, and rook d3. That's the third way I found. You know, the king g2 doesn't work, king e2 doesn't work. So can you maintain your knight on f3? Or you have to play d4, knight d4 anyway here.
Knight d4?
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I'm also considering this kind of move as knight g5.
Let's not forget that white is a pawn up. So yes, so if we'll manage maybe to trade one minor piece, maybe even the knights, by the way. What do you think? Not the bishop versus the knight, but even the knights. But knight d4, why knight g5? Why can't I play knight d4 there? Vaishali is down to her last 10 minutes, and we know that that's the way, you know, her game develops.
Yes.
She's playing slowly, of course, taking her time, grasping all the
And okay,
nuances.
for Vaishali, it's 10 minutes on the clock.
But she's trying to make it work. She knows that being a pawn up, if she finds a variation which will allow her to keep this pawn on the board, then she might as well be able to convert it.
10 minutes for 14 moves.
And that's why she's burning so much time, by the way, Valerie, because like I've seen Vaishali play in the last European Club Cup. She was playing for my team. I've been observing her, and she always had this maximalistic approach, to chess.
That's very nice.
Yes, she's trying everything.
And important.
Yes, and she's trying very hard.
Okay, so maybe let's take a look at Koneru Hampi. It's very interesting.
We had, by the way, rook c7, not allowing rook e7. I think it's a very important move, which allows black to stay in the game.
But queen takes f6.
And she's catching Hampi on the clock. So Hampi has 14 minutes and 16 minutes for her young opponent. So Hampi is 38 and Sun Yixing is 19.
Twice less.
Yes. So this is a real battle of generations. And for the moment, Hampi have been playing in the style of the old masters, like great understanding, showing great understanding.
Sure.
Yes.
By the way, if they are opposite in this game, I mean with the opposite colors, it will be more interesting connected to the character, you know, because with black you need actually the techniques how to defense, and with white, with the high energy, how to attack.
But by the way, I can see why Yixing is puzzled, because after rook f7, yes, the move that she wants to play, but she's attacking the knight on f3. Yes, so queen g5,
check.
of course, check, and then rook g7.
And queen h5, just protect that knight.
So you need to protect the knight. You cannot take the pawn on c5.
Not yet.
Not yet. And then after queen h5, what black should play here? Because white can consolidate its position.
Yes, and rook e8 is also hanging.
Rook e8 is a threat, yes.
Dangerous position, dangerous. Too many only moves to do here with black.
But then maybe knight g6. Okay, let's see once again. Yes, here and knight g6 after queen h5. Yes, because rook e8 is a devastating threat. I don't know what to do about it. If I don't play...
Maybe now it's time for tactics.
Because I thought that if you don't play knight g6, but if you play... No, you can still play bishop c6, of course. Let's just put it on the board, yes.
Instead of knight g6.
Yes, it doesn't allow me to play rook e8 anyway, so I've thought, which idea? Maybe you can play... H4, another useful move, you know, like in the King's Indian attack, but for the moment I cannot find something concrete.
Okay.
Maybe at some point white will be able to take on c5. I think the key
If
to this
we
position...
just take it easy with white and play, for example, knight h4, that the c5 pawn finally is hanging.
Yes, that's
and
what
on
I
the
wanted
same
to
time,
say.
rook e8 is also hanging.
Ah, okay. So you
Right.
want to trade the light square bishops.
Yes.
And we have the rook f7 on the board. So basically now the key to this position is the pawn on c5.
Yes.
So if Hampi will be able to win this pawn and to restore the material balance and actually to get even a better position, attacking both pawns on b4 and d4,
yeah.
yes, of course. So I think that
Queen
she
g5
will get closer to the victory in this first game.
Here it seems like king h8 could be losing immediately or not. What's going on king h8 if we don't want to play rook g7? First, what comes to my head is knight e5, rook g7, after knight e5, and here has to be something like...
But you can pin everything. Maybe you can take on b7, yes?
Take on b7,
I wanted
take.
queen b7, queen f6. Ah, but yes, you cannot play queen e7 because I will play knight g6.
Yes.
So your pieces are paralyzed.
King g8.
And now I wanted to play something like a jump, yes? I need to find the jump here, yes.
Jumping. This, that.
Because knight g4, I thought that it's winning, but then you have
Just
queen
catch,
f7. Yes, no. Rook e8, queen f7. So this doesn't work, of course. But where can I jump? Can I jump to c6 or c4?
Why not d3 to attack that guy on c5?
But c6, I wanted to play knight e7 check and queen f8. Yes, maybe knight c6 also. If knight g4 doesn't win, then knight c6 maybe. Because we feel that there is
no rook
something.
f7
Yes.
because of knight e7. So what about queen f7?
Queen f7 is the last move, you know, that we have to calculate. Let me find something. So if knight e7, then king h8, yes? Okay, maybe I have to go somewhere. Where can I go, Valery?
You have a lot
It's like
of square
you're
section.
hanging on the, like, literally for your life there.
So you
on
want
a
to take
thread, yes.
c5 pawn, right?
Yes.
So where to go? Let's go on d6.
But knight e7 doesn't work. Yes, king h8. Just let's have a look at this position. I like your move, queen d6. But knight e7, just one last check. King h8. I can't believe that there is nothing here because I wanted to play queen e5 and then knight f5. Does it work? Just a second, because I am puzzled, mesmerized by this position, of course. So maybe this will bring me the victory. And I want to play knight f5.
Okay, what to do here with black?
I thought that you will
Knight
play knight
g6,
g6, but
queen
maybe
b8
now I
check.
can. Yes, but maybe now I can take on g6 and take on c5. What do you think?
So queen b8 you don't like because of knight f8?
Yes.
Just going back. That's why you are taking on g6. Take
And
take there.
How do you take, by the way? Queen or h take g6? But it doesn't matter. I feel that if this pawn falls, I will be fine. Yes, so queen
Yeah, queen
g6,
takes
yes,
d5.
and queen c5.
Oh, there was knight g6. Okay, after queen g5 check, Song Yushin played knight g6.
But it shows that once a chess player, always a chess player, Valery. Yes, we just need to get deeper and deeper into each
sure.
line, of course, and we are trying to
Here I
understand.
have a feeling that we have to do some tactics again.
Okay, but what about knight e5? Yes, it's like it's the first move, of course, which comes to my mind. The
was
bishop
thinking
on
about
g2
rook
is
e7.
hanging, of course, but you don't even want to take on g2.
Yes.
Rook e7 is a very good move. I was only counting on bishop g2. But I think that bishop g2, knight g6 is winning, yes?
So bishop g2, knight g6,
Yes.
pawn takes,
Yes, queen
queen
takes.
takes, and king f8.
Okay, so how am I winning this one?
It's a good
If-
question.
Yes, it's a good question. If I give check, I need the rook. How
Okay,
am I?
queen h6 check. So what the black will play? In case of king g8, it could be rook e6.
Or rook e5. Yes, that's how
Rook
you bring
e5.
the rook into play. But if we play rook g7 here, you can still play, yes, rook e6 or rook e5. This must be winning.
Rook g7
And
and,
then
what?
rook e5 or rook e6. I don't know
Rook
which one
e5.
is better with
What
the
are you
idea.
threatening?
I want to play rook g5 or
What about
checks.
bishop h1?
So check.
Checky and king. King! King is in trouble. Okay, king g8 is just a checkmate.
Yes.
So, wait a sec, where to move? I can't move. King e? No, yeah,
Yes.
just game over. It just game over. You tricked me. You did not want rook g5. You want rook f5.
Okay, but let's get back to the position, to the current position on the board, knight g6 and knight e5 I wanted to play, but then rook e7. And you don't take on g2.
But you have an amazing move there.
But the thing is, you know, now Hampi will spend a lot of time. And if she will play this move knight e5 on the board, of course, she needs to calculate both moves, bishop g2 or rook e7. And if she misses somehow this rook e7, or if she doesn't spend enough time, then this element of surprise will be even more powerful, than she will be down to her last minutes.
Yes. Here I got a very
But okay, let's take
good
on
move,
b7.
you
Why
know?
can't I not take on b7 once again?
You have better move. I'm completely sure. You love that. Bishop f1. Just to bishop f1. It's just multiple ideas
Bishop
there.
f1,
It's just
bishop
an excellent
c4.
move. Yeah. Also supporting that back rank. That in case I need to move with the knight, there is no check on e1. So in case I need, so after bishop f1 in that position, we're threatening to capture on g6.
By the way, Valery, but now
Yeah.
that we are looking at this position, if we play knight h4, isn't this line forced, bishop g2 and knight g6? Because you don't have rook e7. Because now
it's
you're
even
forced.
forced.
Yes, yes, yes. So let's try knight h4. What else can you do here if you don't play bishop g2?
No, what else? Nothing else, huh?
No, because knight g6 is a threat. So basically, maybe knight e5 is not the best move in this position. Maybe knight h4. And so we are forcing this line.
What about rook g7 here after knight
Actually,
takes
I
g6?
had exactly the same question, you know. So I thought knight g6 and how about rook g7? But then maybe I give check and continue with my plan. You remember, I'm king h8 and maybe I can play queen f6.
Queen f6 and
You have your move bishop h1.
bishop
Oh,
h1.
this is such a beautiful move, by the way. What am I supposed to do here? Because knight f5.
I'm first to do the
Yes,
checkmate.
you're first to do this. Okay. f3, I don't want to play. So this is a mess.
Yeah.
This position is
So
getting
maybe
crazier.
it's time to run with the king.
King f1.
But what
Queen
about
g2?
d3?
Queen g2, king e2, and then
Yes, so you are just running, they're just winning.
yes.
But what about d3 after king f1?
I don't know.
That's a problem. That's another
I
problem.
have to move my rook because you need to, if you play king queen g2, I will play king e1.
That's something crazy.
Okay, let's
already.
move rook e5 with the idea of playing rook g5.
What about D? No, D2 does not make any sense at all.
But I'm not sure. After D2, what am I supposed to do here?
Yes, but then I am not threatening anything with black.
D1. I'm so sorry. I beg your pardon, sir. Yes, but D1 is...
D1 is got them
yes,
hanging.
Yes. This is a very
What
important
about
threat.
King E2?
Okay, but you understand that this position is
Oh, that's so crazy.
very, very complicated.
And already less than 10 minutes on the clock.
Okay,
That also talks.
maybe let's jump to the game between Nana and Lei Tinji, because I just saw that Lei has 4 minutes, Nana 9 minutes, massive time trouble. So let's stay on this game. And as you can see, knight g3, h4 was played. And by the way, Nana took on a6. What the hell is going on?
Yeah,
Valerie,
everything is
please?
hanging. Please, God help us. Everything is hanging.
And the thing is, we thought that players would adopt strategy like in the game between Deshmukh and Harika Dronavalli. You know, they went through tie breaks, so a more quiet approach to this match. But in this game, we clearly know that those players had a rest day.
Yes.
They are ready to fight, and this might as well come to a fist fight, as I feel.
By the way, the moment what we are considering there, Tang Zhongyi played, Lei Tingji played Queen D7,
Yes.
and Nana took on A6 instead of our King H1.
Here,
Yes.
let's see.
It's just a brave heart.
This is simply insane.
Yeah.
Bishop A6 is okay, and I measure my words because we know that the semifinal is at stake, and Bishop A6 here is such a risky or courageous or mildly insane.
How do
yes,
you evaluate and say that?
but what a beautiful move. So
yes.
Nana is threatening to take on C8.
Yes, so Rook G8 check, Knight G3 now it's forced, because instead of Knight G3, if we play King H1 now, then it's just losing immediately after Queen H3.
But how is it losing? Because we were playing on Bishop Knight G3 in every line.
Ah, you still have
Yes,
Knight
I
G3
still have this
here.
move. So
Then why it's losing?
why didn't she play this? Maybe it's still the same, but wait a second. What do we have after King H1 here? Ah, Valerie, the double attack. Queen C6, attacking the bishop on A6 and the pawn on F3.
Correct, correct.
We have enough time, yes, to figure those things out.
Yeah,
so
on King H1, Queen
was not
C6 just
possible.
winning immediately. That's true, yeah. So, Knight G3,
H4 is on the board.
H4, and Nana is thinking.
You know,
What
when
a
they were
crazy
playing those
position.
moves, B3, A3, A6, B6 in the beginning, so nothing announced that a few moves later that we are going to have such a wild position, yes, in this
definitely.
game.
So, as we take on A6, I think we have to take on C8 also. Otherwise, what are we doing there?
Of course, so let's try. Bishop
Take on
C8.
C8, Queen takes C8. Now we need more pieces to be close to the king to support it.
And
So,
anyway, of course, Nana is leaving her knight on G3, so if H takes G3, H takes G3, she needs to be sure that the sacrifices with Bishop G3 do not work.
so maybe Queen E2. That in case of Queen H3, maybe I have some Queen F1s there. On the same time, now if you take on G3, I think I can take with the both pawn. But okay, let's take with the H pawn.
Yes, I think
As
it's
my
safer,
queen,
yes, to
yeah, as
bring
my queen is already there.
pawn.
And in case of Queen H3, I have Queen F1, yes. In case of Queen H3, I have Queen F1. Otherwise, Rook H8, and there will be the checkmate on
Or
H5.
even Bishop G3. Yes, like
Yes.
so it's a very important threat.
So, I'm not afraid of
By
this.
the way, Valerie, once again, let's just continue this variation a little bit, of course, because I think that's Black's only chance here. Lei needs to find something. No, not here. Just after Queen H3 that you suggested, then Queen F1. And what if Lei stays? Yes, Ace take. Yes, let's take. Queen takes. Take on G3. We have a few moves, by the way. She did take Nana on c8. Take on g3. No, take on g3 first. Queen h3, queen f1. Let's say I will just retreat my queen, but I will leave it on the h file. I don't know if queen h5, yes, is possible, or another queen h6. I still don't know if there is a difference, of course. So let's say queen h5, and then I want to play rook h8 or bishop g3.
Yes, but king g2.
But then that was my idea, knight f5, yes.
Another guy
It was my trap actually, and you see, I managed to trick you in 1 second.
Yeah.
So after king g2, this was the idea. I want to play knight f5, or even knight d5 with the idea of playing, or knight g6, yes, knight f4.
Okay, then what about queen e2? Take on g3, and take with the f1.
But what is the difference
The
here?
h5 is blocked.
Yes, but I cannot take on g3 here. It's like so many lines, so little time, by the way. 5 minutes for both players. Let's stay on this game because this is about to get even messier. What a game do we have between Lei Tinge and Nana Dzagnidze. You can feel that Nana wants to be there. She wants to be on this stage. She is playing in Georgia.
She took on c5, and she did it so quickly. Wait.
But what if taking on g3, sacrificing everything here, and Lei maybe goes for this line? Yes. So Lei can sacrifice everything on g3. Let's just evaluate the position. So f takes g3, and now bishop g3.
I have king h1.
I know that Nana is fearless.
Otherwise, I thought it's just losing. King h1. On bishop takes g3, king h1.
But h takes g3 is losing. Yes. What about rook h8 here?
That's it. Wait a sec.
No, but I think I thought that you are going to take on g3, rook g3, and then you are going to play king h1. Because knowing Nana, for sure she calculated everything. So she's a rook, like she has the rook on the d file. Her rook on a1 is out of play, but maybe she can also defend with queen h2, rook a2. What do you think about this idea?
Yes,
maybe you can bring another
rook. If the perpetual, you can do just rook h3.
So maybe it's a draw.
This is a good achievement for black in this position.
But king g2. Wait.
On rook h3. Wait a sec.
No, because you don't have rook g3. No.
Huh?
You don't have the perpetual here.
Yes, you don't have. This is what am I saying? Yeah. So on king h1, what to do with black?
And Lei has 3 minutes only to find the answer, because if she takes on g3 and she clearly sees this line that she captures on g3, h take g3, rook g3, king h1, she needs to bring her queen. Queen h3, but queen h2? How about this line, by the way?
Queen h3? Okay, queen h2.
Queen h2, and this is probably winning, yes, for
yeah,
white
because queen
immediately.
h8 check is also there.
So you cannot play queen h3.
You cannot.
What can you do? What else can you do? Can
Maybe
you
just
capture
continue.
on f3?
What's going on if we just continue with queen f5? Just continue playing chess.
So you want to capture with the queen on f3?
Yes. I'm threatening the checkmate, actually.
2 minutes for Lei Tinge. This is
what a game.
such an important moment in this game, because if she calculates everything correctly, then maybe bishop g3 is a very sound sacrifice, and she is fine. But she probably needs to find this move, queen f5, I don't know. So I cannot protect my pawn with queen f2 because you will then give mate, yes? No, this is the idea, because the idea is to give mate, so check from h5 and check from f3. This is the geometry, so the much needed geometry in this position for black. So what should I do after queen f5?
Okay, there is only move, I think so, rook d2, to control the second rank somehow.
So after queen f3, you're playing
Rook g2.
Rook g2. I cannot play something like knight f5, knight h4 here.
There will be queen e2, yeah.
Queen e2 check, yes. And she goes
She
for it.
can
Okay, so
turn
let's
g.
stay on this position. Bishop g3 is on the board, and we know that Nana cannot play king h1 because rook h8 is a very powerful follow-up, and which could easily be forgotten here, by the way.
I think she missed it. I have a feeling that she missed something.
Maybe bishop g3, king
Yeah.
h1, and rook h2. Yes, you see that, because we missed it, of course, at the beginning. And there are so many lines that
Yeah.
they've players calculated just to get to this position.
Let's take a quick look at another games and then be back here as Nana. I think Nana will think
But
here for
she
at
only
least
has 5 minutes.
Yes, but few minutes she will take, no? Just to take a quick look, maybe something is happening, maybe it's not happening, I don't know.
Yes, Vaishali, Rameshbabu, and Tanjongi, they traded the knights. Oh, no. She won an exchange. What
She won an
happened?
exchange, but White's pieces are quite active.
But how did it happen? Actually, she did play knight d4. So Vaishali tried to get rid of this knight. You remember, yes, we tried everything.
Yeah, so after bishop e5.
King e2, knight d4, and after king f1, she didn't play knight f3 back. What a courageous decision! She decided to play on here, rook c8, then king g2, and bishop g3. Maybe this was a blunder. Bishop g3. She missed this move once again. This bishop g3 in this game as well. This g3 square.
Yes, but do you know what I don't understand? Yes, yeah, it seems like blunder. Okay, bishop e3, take on g3, but you know, lucky that the blunder is not so huge,
Because
and White still has the chances to survive here.
yes, you mean that the game is still within the drawing margin because
yes.
White has
A very good, very strong
yes, a
pieces,
very
active
strong
pieces.
bishop. So if you will take on a7 and then play bishop b6.
Yes, where to win and how to win with black at all. Okay, so here Vaishali has good chances
And
to
Hampi
survive.
Koneru
and
against
Hampi,
Yuxin. Oh, knight is
Hampi.
on d5. I think she played
What
this
happened
move.
here?
She played knight h4. What a
Knight
game. This
h4,
might as well be the
rook
game
g7.
of the round, if not the game of the tournament. Played in the style of the old masters. It's close to perfection.
And now it's winning, huh?
But she played knight
Hampi,
h4,
yes, she
knight
did
g6.
everything. Everything. But
Knight
queen e5
e7.
instead of queen f6, what we are saying.
Queen e5. Maybe queen e5 is even better, yes, with the same idea. By the way, but it doesn't allow a lot of lines. So queen e5 with the idea of playing knight f5, but then after queen e5, so if bishop
h1.
h1, then probably Hampi has this move f3, because in our game we didn't have it because queen f3 was coming, you know, with the tempo. So here after queen f3, the
Rook
queen on
e2.
the queen on e5 actually gives check on b8. You win immediately, and
there is a
that's how
checkmate.
strong Hampi
Oh, my
Koneru
God.
is.
Yes, that's true.
This is simply
Amazing.
perfection.
Yeah. Well done. What to say?
So knight d5
D3,
is on the board, d3, and
knight
Hampi
f4
goes
and game over.
knight to f4.
Just game over. That's it.
So knight, she will take on d3, yes, and then simply take on c5, everything. So if I will retreat my bishop, let's say somewhere.
Yeah, I'm sure. Otherwise, we could not take on d3. There is a checkmate.
So let's say
But
bishop
in case
g4.
bishop g4,
Yes, you will take knight d3. Yes. And knight f4, of course, protecting against the mate on g2.
what about going to the endgame?
But first take on d3, then you will go to the endgame.
Just to force it, like in
No,
female style.
No, I don't think so. I feel that when your opponent
When you have
still
such a strong queen on e5.
yes, and when your opponent still has to make so
Yes.
many precise moves in order to survive and to make it till the 40th move, so I feel that you need to take on d3 here.
Definitely. Completely agree. That's it. I mean, it's just game over. Okay, let's go back to Nana. And what do we
By
have
the
here?
way,
What
she
do we
did
have
play
here?
king h1.
Wait a sec.
Late Tingy didn't play rook h8, but I think that after rook h8, Nana still had rook d2 and then bishop e5, like in the game, you know, winning the rook on a1.
Yes. And now it seems like late G is even winning.
Did Nana miss this move? Bishop e5? Or in combination with the rook h8, maybe, yes, maybe Late didn't need this move, yes.
Yeah. Dramatic ending.
HG3 was the only move for Nana to stay in the game. And what a powerful display by Lei Tingy, because she consumed all her time. She took like long thoughts in critical moments, and she has only 40 seconds left, but she outcalculated her opponent. But okay, let's stay on this game because the players are in the severe time trouble and we still have 14 more moves.
Yeah, also in other games we have quite clear positions and maybe even the clear results as Hampi is simply winning and Vaishali is having a almost equal position. We can say that endgame is not with advantage for black.
And is Nana thinking about queen b5 here, protecting the pawn on c5 and then taking on a1 because queen b5, rook f8, then rook a1, but the queen once again is so far away. What are you doing after queen h3? Maybe queen f1 back, yes? Maybe queen f5, your move. Attacking on f3, yes, so queen e2. Yes. And now I can take on c5, yes, so there is no way to keep this pawn on the board, to keep it alive. But if not queen e2, can I make another move? Can I play rook f1? Maybe rook f1 is better. Yes, rook f1 is better. I just want, as long as I can, I have to hold on to this pawn c5 and maybe I can play b4 on the next move.
Yeah, once you play b4, then the things will change a little bit.
And if you play queen h3 here, then I have queen
rook
e2.
f2?
No, I thought...
Not rook f2?
Oh no, I wanted to play queen e2 and then b4.
On queen e2, knight
knight
f5.
f5. Oh my god, this is also... Okay, so maybe let's continue this line. Queen h3. And then if queen e2, then knight f5 is simply winning, yes.
So rook f2.
Rook f2, but what if I go knight f5
Queen
anyway?
b8 check.
And then king g7.
Now you are not threatening anything more than the queen, right?
No,
That's
I
the thing.
forgot about a lot of things here, by the way. I forgot about rook g2 because I
So
thought
rook
that...
g2, there is queen takes. yeah?
Yes, but queen takes, you know, and I
And
just
she did
was
queen
lucky,
b5
yes,
check.
Of course.
Okay, she did queen b5 check. 36 seconds for Nana. She did the move on 6 seconds. 30 seconds for late in G. King f8.
She has a few options, maybe knight c6, king f8, but
But still,
she needs,
king
of course,
f8 is so natural.
to keep
and
the
yeah.
queens, yes, on the board. So she will never play queen c6. So king f8. And
Now it's
what
very
a
important.
dramatic turn
Yes.
is in this game that we had, because we were almost sure that Nana was better all the
Yes.
time, and then one
Oh,
mistake.
she was actually better, yeah? She was actually better.
But one mistake was enough, yes, to
As
turn the
always.
things around,
As
of
always.
course.
In a time trouble. 10 seconds on the clock for late king G and knight f5.
She wants to play knight g3 and queen h3. Yes, that's the idea.
A tricky idea.
So what can you do to parry this threat?
Rook g1 as fast as possible to don't got the checkmate there. Because with that time on the clock, it seems like just necessary to do it. So now we are kind of forcing black to capture.
Okay, so rook g1, king
Capture
g1.
and knight d4.
Knight d4. So
Queen c4. And knight takes
knight
f3.
f3 check and knight e5.
Yeah, seems like losing. Seems like losing. Okay.
Nana has to find
But
this
there is
move,
no
rook
other
g1,
option.
of course, to stay in the... No, you can play queen e2.
What?
No, the queen e2, then you take, yes, on c5.
Rook g1.
So rook g1 is on the board.
Yeah, black has to capture on g1 for sure. Otherwise, there is no better option, as white also will capture. Playing rook h8 does not make any sense at all. So I think rook g1 will be the quick response from late king g. Yes, we have it. Take, take. And knight d4. Knight d4 also seems so obvious. So obvious. Yes, and we have it on the board. The same we can say on queen c4. Because in case of queen d3, to don't give the f3 pawn, then there is queen takes c5. And here the things, maybe here we have to try to survive with white. And just play king g2, for example. Maybe here we have more chances to survive than anybody, than anywhere else.
Knight e6.
Yeah, it's clear that
Knight f4.
we're gonna have a horrible part of the game.
Because I want to take on a3 also
Yeah,
at
that's
the same time.
too much, too much, too much.
So 10 seconds for Nana, 9.
8.
She
Queen
made
b6.
a move. She played queen b6, yes, because she wants to keep the c5 pawn on the board,
Yes,
of
on
course.
the same
but
time, queen d6 check is possible anytime.
yes, and she wants to support the push. Yes, she wants to play c6. It's a very, very good practical chance
king
here,
f2.
of course.
King f2. As on queen f5, there will be queen d6, and I think here we, or not, king g7.
And they
There is king
immediately,
g7.
yes,
What
went
she did?
to e5 with her knight. Knight e5. So, first of all,
Now white king is in trouble.
yes, controlling the c6 square, queen d6.
King g7 has to be there.
And black is threatening queen f5. Yes. So what if let's say we are making b4 move. Yes. So queen f5. Where does the king go?
Where it goes? Where
We
it
cannot go
goes?
to e3 because
Yes.
knight c4 check.
Okay, so king e3,
let's
there's
say
knight c4.
king e2. Yes. Then queen f3.
We could not go on d2
King
because the
e1.
same knight c4 check. Then actually you can capture the h2 pawn also
Yes, we
if
can
we need
capture
so.
all the pawns with checks, I think. So this is it.
Or even just take on
Maybe queen a3 first. Yes.
queen a3 makes more sense
Yes.
because on c6 there will be queen c3 check.
And Nana
Just
goes for b4, so we are about to see this variation on the board. But this is such a human move. She is trying to keep her treasure on the board. This treasure being those wonderful pawns c5, b4, a3. But this will not be enough with precise calculation. And
Yeah.
we can see that
Black is just winning here.
yes, black is
And
winning.
also there is only 3 moves to do until the first control, so black can just repeat the checks to get to the second control and then quietly think how to end up the game. I think here everything is clear. We can move to another game.
And I think this
Vaishali,
Queen f5 was the final blow. It was a very hard fought game, of course,
Yes.
and both players gave it all. But Lei
This is
simply,
chess, this
yes,
is life.
Lei simply played better, like in the
decisive
middle
moment.
game and in the decisive moments.
Yes, so Vaishali Tanjongi, here we have the dead draw. Here the extra exchange does not make any big sense.
And
Position
the players
is just
have
draw.
just reached the time control, of
Yeah.
course.
We know that, for example, if the white will trade their 3 pawns, like e4, f2, h3, on f6, it's still going to be draw in case of black pawn on h5, yeah? Theoretical one. So, yeah, it's just a draw. Here is nothing much to say. I mean, here is no resources for black to improve and to press somewhere. And the last game here, here is just winning. Koneru Hampi is in the end game with the 2 extra pawns. It's interesting how it happened. Actually, she exchanged the queens, Almira, that you
Yes.
did not. And look where she did it. Queen e8 check.
Okay, but she first took the pawns and then she played Queen e8, so I'm sorry.
But why Queen e8 and just play knight e4?
I don't know,
Huh?
but like maybe...
Don't you like that?
It
I think
wasn't-
you like that, knight e4.
I like knight e4, but I also understand that when you're playing with only a few minutes on the clock,
And
yes, you...
sometimes few seconds.
Yes,
yeah?
a few seconds, of course, you want to transform your position
Yeah,
and
now it's just winning. yeah.
where it feels safe. Yes, you cannot
Yeah.
blunder.
On rook c7, there is just rook e5.
And the only
And-
thing that you can blunder here, of course, it's what I wanted to tell you, is when the queen was on the board, is the mate on g2.
Yes.
So queen
And
e8,
here is
it
nothing
just,
to blunder
of
anymore.
course,
so
eliminates
it's,
everything.
Super clear position, winning for Hampi. I think we have all decisive pictures already. I mean, the pictures that gives us the approximate results and the expected results.
Let's just wait for a few minutes. So like all of the games will reach time control, 40th moves, and then we will take a short break. So Queen A3, by the way, is played by Lei Tinji. It's the move number 37, so attacking the pawn on B4.
I don't think here we will get to the second time control in this game.
Only 3 moves are left. Actually, Nana just played Queen D4, so protecting this pawn.
Still continues.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Lei can take the pawn on h2, by the way, right now. Queen a2 and queen h2. Let's just show it, yes? Queen a2. King goes somewhere and queen h2.
b5.
And then b5. Actually, these variations are very human, very natural, and Lei just played queen a2. So, of course, not king e1 because of knight f3. But king e1 or king f1 or d1, and then queen h2, and then Nana can play b5. King f1.
King f1 already, but she's thinking.
No, but just we are showing. This is our analysis board. Yes.
We already did
Yes,
this with
and,
king d1.
Yes, and b5 here. So how can Black win a few extra pawns, or it's not possible for the moment. But we might as well get this position on the board. And Queen D2, okay. This is a surprise.
Then after Queen C4, it's just... We could not push it. If we are not threatening to push that pawns, then it's just losing.
And of course, the only thing that Lei should avoid, I'm not even sure that Queen D2 spoils everything, but I think that yes, it is a very important moment here, and Lei shouldn't trade queens. She just played Queen B3. By the way, can we just have a quick look at this moment? It is a very instructive moment. So Queen B3 was played by Lei. So what if Queen D2? Just let's say you're in a severe time trouble, you just made this move.
I don't understand. Did they play 40 moves already?
No.
Then what's going on? Why they are relaxed?
Because let me have a look at the score sheet, because Lei is still around, you know, she didn't leave the playing hall.
But wait a sec, no, 2 seconds, 1 second. Wait, which move number is that? I see here that it's not 40th.
For me, this is the move number 39. But let's refresh. Maybe like we've missed, you know, like we're trying to sometimes
Yes, it's move number 39. So...
But let's have a look at their score sheet. Can you zoom on the score sheet, please? What did we miss? Because sometimes we are reconstructing our games.
No, they have 40 moves.
They have 40 moves. So, but I can see that Nana has a move missed on the 20th move. Could that be? It's like, let me check this with the arbiter, but
yes, there is no 20th move.
It's a very
in the
surprising moment, of course, but both players can't be wrong. Yes, so Lei.
Well, she's looking at the score sheet.
Yes. So.
What an interesting moment. Looking but ignored. What's going on?
Okay, so we will. Let's
see.
Yes,
yeah, no, it was surprising. Yeah.
I am still in shock. So maybe let's take a short break right now, and we will be back. Yes, of course, with more analysis, and I will try to find an arbiter. Of course, I don't understand that in our electronic score sheet, this is the move number 39.
And we have electronic board there, right? And we have the electronical moves here. It's move number 39. Yeah.
Okay, so we will take a short break, and we will be back. Yes, Valerie, because I am so surprised. Yes, I need
okay, still position
down.
Is losing, but
yes.
Anyway, just as a fact, it is very interesting what's going on.
But it cannot, this kind of hallucination cannot happen to both players, so let's find out, of course.
Find out.
Please stay tuned, and we will be back for the finale of this first game in the 5th round.
This International Chess Day, FIDE challenges you to take the game to new places, literally. From mountaintop matches to underwater games, or a blitz session at your favourite local landmark. Play anytime between July 10th and 20th. Share your moment using hashtag International Chess Day, or send it to social media at FIDE.com. Your game will be seen in all parts of the globe. Unleash your creativity. Make your move. And celebrate chess your way. Let's show the world that chess can be played by anyone and in any place.
I'm here with Harika Dronavalli, who just took out Katerina Lagno in the playoffs of round 4 at the World Cup. Harika, you look visibly relieved. Tell me how your day went today.
Of course, I'm happy because the way it started, I lost my first game. So from there to come back, and then it was almost equal. And at some point, I even blended a piece. It was a small tactic which she missed. Once I realized that this is missed, I was like, okay, now this is my chance, and I kept trying.
Losing the first game of the day is quite something. How did you not let that set you back mentally at all?
I just know that I didn't want to go back. Even if I'm going back, I didn't want to go back with such a game. So I was like, I just need to fight. Like, I can't go back with this bad game. So I just kept fighting.
And your last playoffs against Davrula also went to the Blitz. The Rapid was, you played quite a few games. Do you think this is your stronger time control that you're best at?
Nothing like that. This time control is just crazy. Anything can happen any moment. It's just who plays best on the day. So yeah, it's because you don't have control. Anyone can go wrong.
Yeah. And that's what happened exactly in most of the games, in the beginnings particularly. Other than the first loss, was there any point that you thought that this is slipping away?
As I said, in the second game, when I blended a tactic where I played queen f3, she moved her queen. Instead of that, rook d5 is just over. Once I realized that she didn't see this, that's when I got confidence that, okay, I got my hope back. So I think for me, it's much more comfortable situation that I am playing in a way that, okay, I'm just trying to, come back into the play, and it is easier, and I think it has more pressure on her because I kept coming back. Yeah, finally, I think it was unfortunate she blended with queen c3, but okay, that's how it is.
You have to keep a poker face in the game to not let her see that you saw a tactic that she missed, right?
Yeah, I played in a flow and played bishop d4 blender. I mean, maybe my bad move. The same way she played d4 and quickly, emotionally, she just went for queen c3. I also saw queen c3 gone. Then I realized king on f2 and I'm just going with the king. So yeah, it was just final bad move by my opponent.
And you've played against Katerina many times, 90 plus times since you were in under 12 girls. What is it like playing against an opponent that you know so well?
Yeah, it's like you know a lot about each other, and you just know that you have to do your best. And like, okay, our score is I think pretty equalish, or like maybe minus for me in somewhere. But in speed chess, we did have play a couple of matches which I won. So actually, she's a very strong rapid blitz player. So I'm happy that I could pull it off with her.
And your preparation was quite interesting today as well, particularly in the earlier games. How do you prepare differently for the playoff matches compared to classical?
I didn't prepare. I mean, like once I realized that I didn't want to get her into opening, I just tried to play something on my own. So yeah, of course I prepared, but nothing came on the board.
And what are you looking forward to for the rest of the event? You've made it through now. What is your mindset like?
Only thing that plays on my mind is I need to play a classical game tomorrow. So just to go back and be fresh for the next game. It's like day by day.
Well, thank you so much, Harika. Hope you get good rest now, and good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Chessboard. 64 black and white squares. Or is it more than that? It's a battlefield. A stage where strategy meets instinct. This is where women play their own way. Playing with fire. Playing with heart. Playing with emotions. Playing as strong as any man can play. And beyond. Every move you make breaks the old rules. Every game you play redraws the map. No ceilings, no labels, no limits. This is not just a game. This is your arena.
I'm here with Deshmukh, who just took out Zhu Jinner in the playoffs to go to the next round. Divya, you came out all smiles. Were you expecting it to go this well today?
No, but at the same time, yes, because this is the result I wanted. And after yesterday, it was a bit tough because I had a great position out of the opening, and I just More like I just played horribly. It was kind of like I was my own enemy. So I'm glad that I overcame that today.
You won the first classical game, lost the second. Today you won the first rapid game. So the second one was pretty important. What mistake did you make yesterday that you made sure to not make today in your second game?
Yesterday, I was thinking all the right moves, but I second doubted myself, and like I said, I was my own enemy. I could have easily drawn, but of course, she's a great player, but I think it was more like I was the one lacking. So today, no time to overthink, it's rapid. So yeah, went smoothly.
So you think following your instincts kind of produces better results for you?
Definitely, yeah.
And the preparation going into playoffs, how does that differ from preparation going into the classical games?
For me, I wasn't so much into a mood to prepare after yesterday. So I just figured that whatever happens on the board, I'll manage, and it worked.
Sounds like you have a good recipe going for winning now. And when you came out between the games, your mom is here with you for the first time. Usually she doesn't hang around outside the venue. So tell me a little bit about the support of having her here outside with you.
Definitely, she is the biggest support here, and I don't think I would have come this far without her. So it's really nice to see somebody who's always cheering on you in your good times and bad times. Also my dad.
And you had your laptop out, you were preparing a bit, but you're also having a snack, eating. I'm sure people would be interested to know, what does Divya Deshmukh do between her games, or what does she eat?
Now I was just eating a pear. I didn't eat anything today. Worked out for me very well in the past also. So, but I was just not hungry, so my mom was making sure I eat.
Well, thank you so much, Divya, and congratulations once again. Good luck for the rest.
Thank you.
Washington, D.C., August 4th to 5th, 2025. The Smart Moves Summit, a global education conference where chess meets learning. Held alongside the FIDE World Schools Team Championship. Global dialogue on chess, cognition, and education. Federations, researchers, EdTech. One stage, one mission. Topics that move the world. Meet leading influencers. Timur Turlov, Dana Reisnies, Jerry Nash, Leoncho Garcia, and more. Inspire, unite, transform. Join the international community shaping education. Play smarter, learn bolder. Let's make future together. Don't miss this unique opportunity. Register now and be part of the change.
Chess is more than just a game. It's a tool for empowerment, connection, and transformation. In 2025, FIDE is proud to launch the Year of Social Chess. We believe in the power of chess to bring about positive change, from therapy and education to rehabilitation and inclusion. Social chess is our way to build a better world. The Year of Social Chess will introduce groundbreaking initiatives across the globe. Monthly themes will address critical social challenges: chess for protection in refugee camps, chess for cognitive health among the elderly, and even chess for addiction recovery. Through this initiative, we're mobilizing communities, conducting research, and creating opportunities for all to experience the joy and impact of chess. Join us for online chess events, global conferences, and even a documentary film festival that will showcase the power of social chess. Let's make 2025 a year to remember. The Year of Social Chess is here. Let's change the world, one move at a time.
Dear chess friends, welcome back, and I have breaking news. We were right, and Nana lost her game on time. Of course, her position at that moment was already lost, but the thing is, this is probably the first time that I've seen something in my professional career that both players thought that they reached move number 40, but it seems that Nana missed the move, and Lei Qingji has recorded the move Rook G8 twice. It's like a collective hallucination. Valery, I have never seen something like this, but this is it. And what I don't understand is that we know that the players have not reached the 40th move, and the extra 30 minutes were added.
Yeah.
Yes, there are a lot of elements which could contribute to this confusion. And as you can see right now on your screen, Nana is listening to Marika Dzaparidze, Emil Sutovsky is on the scene. You have another arbiter, Ilaha Kadimova, who is supervising the event. So I think that Nana will have to admit her defeat.
You know, it could be more complicated if Nana does the 40th move and Lei Tingji will not do. Lei thought that already 40 moves are done, so she will not play the last move, for example, and losing the winning game.
Yes, but the thing is that Nana was the first one, to lose on time.
Minutes.
Yes, so.
Yes, but if she will do the move.
You mean hypothetically?
Yes. If Nana does the move, the 40th one, and Lei Tingji is not doing because she thought that the control is over.
But then actually Lei Tingji would lose the game.
That's gonna be the last chance for Nana in this position, just to do the move. And maybe Lei Tingji will not do the move on time.
But
as she thought that they already did 40 moves.
This situation is simply unique. I have not seen something like this.
That both of the players missed the correct number of the moves in the score sheet. It's interesting. What are they talking about?
Yes, and as we are witnessing the discussion between Anna Dzagnidze and Emil Sutovsky, and Anna is trying, of course, to argue. And the clock shows that they were added 30 minutes. But I thought that if there is an electronic error, so if we cannot trust technology at this moment, and of course this can happen, then at this stage only the arbiters can help us.
Yes, she's actually marking that there is an extra 30 minutes on the clock. So it has to be 000, right? In case.
Yes, normally, yes, the clock should show 000 if you lost on time. Especially that during official competitions, the extra 30 minutes are only added when you spend all your time, so it doesn't give you the indication of how many moves have been played. So while you're still in the time trouble, even if it's the move 40th or 41st, you're not aware of it and you want to make one move quickly, but this could be a decisive mistake.
True. That's true. Okay, so
and Nana is actually, she's arguing, but she's looking very calm. You know, she knows that her position is lost, yes, of course, but she wants to understand what happened, of course, to avoid those situations in the future.
Yeah.
It is important,
as we do,
yes.
you know? It's interesting what happened.
Yes, I asked our team to zoom into Nana's score sheet. I feel that she missed the 20th move because I felt that there was a blank there.
And empty, you know?
An empty, yes, like
no
half of the space, yes, but I'm
20.
not sure.
And at the same time, Lei Tingji put twice the same move.
Yes,
that's amazing. That happens once in a century,
yes,
maybe.
Once in a lifetime. This and of course, Lei was sure that she completed the 40th move, and at the same time, I feel that in this moment, you know, it's like it's very elegant. Also, just not to claim the win, maybe, but according to the rules, the arbiter should intervene.
Yeah.
The matter is not in the player's hands in this point. So Okay,
Yeah.
so let's wait, but I think the decision has been made, and Nana has lost her game because this was the move 39. Yes, the game between Tan Jung-gi and Vaishali Ramesh Babu, I think that it will last for a while, because even though that we've demonstrated that that White has sufficient chances to draw this game, Vaishali has to demonstrate all the theoretical knowledge which she possesses in order to draw this game.
Yeah.
So maybe let's look at the conclusion between Hampi Koneru and Song Yexin. We have Rook Endgame.
Yeah, which is absolutely winning for White.
Yes. Yes, maybe let's bring Hampi Koneru and Song Yexin on your screens.
It's absolutely winning as after Rook d4. I think Rook d4 is a good move here for White, attacking the b4 pawn, using the fact that the Rook could not support the pawn, as the pawn on a5 is controlling the b6 square. So after Rook d4 we are gaining the b4 pawn, and on the same time entering on the 6th rank, so it just game over. It's not like a long lines to calculate there at all. On the same time, instead of Rook d4, also possible to play h3. I hope so. h3 and g4 also makes sense, yeah, with just a winning position. But still, for me, Rook d4 makes more sense. Yes, so Hampi is, and here what do we have? The final resignation. Okay, so they ended up the game. Late King G1, she won in a very dramatic game where Nana had an excellent chances for success, but we have what we have. She lost this game, and our congratulations to Late King G. Now let's go to the game of Vaishali. Vaishali played Bishop F2. I think they are dancing around a little bit. Let's take a look how it was happening. Rook on h1, then king d6, king c6. Okay, this is a position, and what's going on bishop d4, Almira? Could you tell me, please?
Yes, I think that after bishop d4...
Could you tell me, please? Where is it?
Yes, of course, you can attack the pawn on f6.
And rook takes h4,
rook take
and
h4.
just king g3.
King g3,
rook
then
h1,
rook h1.
And just take on f6.
Of course.
White is not even worse. I mean,
maybe
that's it.
we were about to witness this line. Of course, the king is too far away on c6. It cannot protect all the pawns. But maybe in this position, after bishop f6, black wants to play rook g1, let's say.
King h4?
Yes, and rook f1, something like this.
Yeah, take on h5, yeah.
You don't even want to come back? King g3? Yes.
What's
So
the
rook
point
f3?
of coming back? Yeah, I mean, White could not win this game, yeah.
So let's say, let's rook f3. Let's put rook f3 on this. E5 probably, yes, just to support the bishop. Even king g6, king g4.
To don't be on the last rank, but yeah. Anyway, after bishop d4, it's gonna be the handshake soon. As well as in Koneru Hampi. Koneru Hampi is taking too much time here. I understand that she enjoys with her position, but still, is it a crossover or? I mean, rook d4 and h3. Okay, this is a moves candidate. But rook d4 seems to me much easier. Just take the b4 pawn and then enter on the 6th rank.
But maybe rook d4, we can try and play rook c5, yes?
Yes, but when I'm entering on the 6th rank...
Yes, of course.
In g7...
Maybe you can take on b4 and then give check. Just, I thought rook d4, rook c5, then maybe take on b4 first.
Yes, this is what I did. Yeah, this is what I did.
And then rook b6, because I thought that you were maybe trying to play check first.
Just simply, just do simply like that. Yeah. Then even b4 in the end makes sense.
Yes, of course. This.
Yeah, it's just Game over with the multiple
yes, this
options.
endgame looks hopeless for black. What idea can we find here?
For black?
Yes, for black.
After rook
something.
d4? After rook d4, I have no idea what idea to find.
But what a game by Humpy Koneru. She's
Excellent
such
one.
a fighter. And you see, when we were discussing this format at the beginning, we will have late in G live first, and then we'll come back to the analysis, Valerie, because Charlize managed to have late in G with us and to ask her a few questions.
I'm here with Lei Ting-jae, who just beat Nana Dzagnidze in a very dramatic game. Lei, walk us through what happened in the end there.
I think today I played quite, horribly, and but somehow the middle game, I think she made some mistakes, but the position was very complicated. If you ask me right now, I still don't understand, how going this game. But at the end, because both of us score sheet has probably she missed space, and I think somehow around like 21 move, and I wrote rook g8 twice. When I finished the move, and I just checked the live board, and it says like it's a 39 moves, and I was wondering what happened. But later on, I think she lost on time, and I claimed to the arbiter. Yeah, something like that.
So you both thought it was move 40, but it was actually move 39, and she lost on time from there.
Yeah, because when I finished the move queen b3, and I thought maybe I can go to the bathroom, but I want to go to the check, and when I checked, I already says like 3-2-1, and the 39 moves. I was like, what happened? And yeah, and I also asked after how many moves we have on the board, but she didn't respond to me also. And later on, she played queen f4, and I think live board shows like 40 moves, and I claimed to the arbiter. I said, if the situations happen like this, it should be like clock is like 000 or something like that. Yeah, and then later on, yeah.
But in that final position, you were much better. Did you think you were winning?
Yeah, I think it should be winning because my king is kind of like no perpetual check for white, and I can take all the pawns, I think.
Outside, there was actually a bit of miscommunication about what was happening inside, and we thought you had lost on time, and we were so concerned because you were doing better there. Tell me about the game in general. Do you think that you said it was up and down, that you didn't play well today, but do you think that Nana also didn't play her best?
No, I think she played quite good, and also for her move it's quite easy to play because somehow this position for black, I wasted a lot of time, and white developed the pieces very quickly. I think, I don't know, I think when I play knight e7, I feel like maybe I can continue play, but the thing is like she played the bishop f6 and the h5 and d4. Even I don't know the evaluation for this position, but I feel I can play something at least.
And despite this dramatic end of how you got the result, got the win, do you still feel like it was a deserved win for you?
I mean, the position is, I think, is completely winning for me, and this is a dramatic ending for us. So I feel sorry for her, but yeah, what can I say?
We know that people like a little chess drama every now and then at home. And of course, playing the playoffs is something that you haven't done, but a lot of these players have, which I think at this point in the competition, having that extra rest day is quite important. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think so. Especially, I think rest day we can go out to find some like Chinese food, and also no chess on rest day. It's like really, really nice.
I've seen you and Tan walking on the promenade as well. Are you spending a lot of time together here in this event?
Yeah, every day we just encourage each other, and like today, she said if one of us play like good game, maybe we can order some dishes, something like that. Yeah. So generally, it's quite nice to have teammate, also friend here. Like you can fight together. Maybe until the end we can meet each other, but okay, we don't know it.
And if you meet each other, you won't be friends on the board, right?
No, I mean, if we meet on the board, it's already like a final stage or not. Maybe not. Final stage if we have to fight for the spot, but okay, after chess, still friends.
Well, thank you so much, Lei. We still need that picture of your dog, by the way. But yeah, good luck for tomorrow's game.
Thank you.
Thank you, Charlize. I also want to see the picture of the puppy. I hope that Lei Tingji will share this picture with us. But what a dramatic game, and what a candid interview, because Lei shared with us, of course, that like if you would ask her now, she still doesn't know what was going on. It was a very complex middle game. Nana was the last one to make a mistake, yes, but and of course a very unusual situation happened at the end of this game when players both thought that they've reached the time control, but Nana had to accept the defeat.
Yes.
And she will have to win on demand tomorrow with the white pieces, but we still have 2 games which are in progress between Hampi Koneru and Yuxin Song. And yes, when we left our analysis, what I wanted to say, because we discussed that there are 2 types of players. Those who have a shaky start in this event, because no one plays very well from the beginning until the end, and then they play better, and those who somehow play well and then struggle in the middle. And I feel that Lei Tingji, she started very well. Then the first alarming game was against Umida,
Yes.
the second one, where she was on the brink of the defeat, or at least she was not doing that well. And Hampi struggled in the beginning of this tournament. Her match,
Correct,
yes,
yeah. Now
against
she is
Claudia
doing
Klon, and it was
excellent
a
performance.
very difficult match against Alexandra Kostyuk, where it could go either way. And today, let's see, this game was perfect. So let's get back to this game between Hampi Koneru and Yuxin Song. Hampi has 2 healthy extra pawns in a rook endgame. She took her time and she played h3. The prophylactic move, she wants to prepare g4 at the same time, and intended against rook c2.
The only thing what I'm mentioning still to have a perfect conditions for Hampi, she's still a little bit heavy. She's heavy, I mean, sometimes she's thinking a little bit more. I think she just can do more. She can do better, and if she will start doing it, maybe nobody will stop her in this tournament. Yeah, even for example, in this position or the move before, she's kind of spending too much time unnecessarily. King f3, king d3, I mean, does not matter, but just move, For example, now she spent 5 minutes. Another 5 minutes somewhere, and that's it. There will be the time travel. Played rook e5. Now rook c6 will be back. And rook d6. We have rook d6. So the point is to play rook d2 and just gain the pawn, maybe. But of course, g4, just winning position after g4. What to consider, what to analyze. Actually, the position is like completely winning for white, but still, she's taking time.
But maybe Black's only hope here after g4 is to play h4, just to keep this h-pawn on the board and hope for a miracle. g4 is on the
Miracle.
board.
The only miracle could help.
If Black's rook will manage to penetrate.
No, she just captured
she
because
takes on
on
g4.
h4 I can still play rook d5. I mean, I will not give you any chance there, of course. So,
or even rook g5, rook h5, and taken on h4.
Yeah.
Yes, I just saw this variation as well.
so g4 take. I think Song will. Actually, she could even resign earlier, but Humpy is taking the time, on each move.
So what if rook c6 now? Because
Rook c6, or at least
black
rook d2 makes no
wants to
sense.
keep the rook on the sixth file here, of course. So after rook c6, how
King
should
d5.
white continue?
King d5 immediately.
And I think that we have a move.
She
King
played,
f6.
she played
Yes.
king f6. Okay, where to find the easiest way right now to win the game? As everything is winning. In these moments, you want to do the easiest move.
But now that we don't have the
Simplest move.
weakness on h2 anymore, why can't we play rook d5 here?
Rook d5
And then
just go with the king on the queen side if you want.
rook
So,
d5,
yeah,
rook
and
c6,
just
and
capture
even
that.
king d3 if you
Yes.
want to be over cautious,
yeah.
yes, just to protect the c2 square, of course, and then you have all these
Here we
ideas which remain in the position. And Humpy just played rook d5, so I think that after rook c6, we will have king d3.
So, the rook, where to go with the rook? Not a big choice. Rook e6 or rook c6? Rook e6. Here I think we can do even king f3 if we want so. Of course, king d3 is more solid, and Humpy, I'm sure she will do king d3. But the point of king f3 is g5 and king g4, just to push and promote. Yeah, it's just
But this
super
is
simple.
a very important moment for Humpy Koneru. If you start with a win in such short matches, of course, we know that it's very important not to lose. But such a convincing victory, it will be enormous
big advantage,
boost of
yeah.
confidence, first of
Big
all.
psychological
Yes,
advantage.
big psychological advantage. And she will be 1 foot in the semifinal after this victory. And it's understandable that she's taking her time because, as Emil shared with us once again, and so many players did, at this age, all these victories, they have a different flavor. You understand how hard it is, so to come back and to to show great results, of course. So Humpy won the World Rapid Championship at the end of the 2024. She played very well, by the way, in the Grand Prix series and in the candidates tournament. So this might as well be Humpy's year.
Yep, definitely. She's on fire.
And she failed to qualify to the candidates tournaments through the Grand Prix series. Of course, we know that the path to the candidates tournament is full of opportunities, but there were Grand Prix series, we have the World Cup, and we also have the Grand Prix, the Grand Swiss. So two spots from the Grand Prix series. Those were secured by Georgina Alexandra Gayachkina. Then 3 spots from the World Cup this year and 2 spots from the Grand Swiss. And so the one last spot, I'm not sure if it's secured by rating or we have something else. And now Humpy plays rook d4.
To be super safe. Of course, it was possible to play g5. Actually, I love this move more. And if we want to play rook d4, we can do it later. So, for example, on king g7, we can play rook d4 now. Or in case of king g6, then we play king g4. But happy to decided to capture another pawn. Oh, and the opponent even did not answer here with rook c5. Yes, on rook c5, rook d6. Okay, what to say? Just nonsense. To look for any chances. Okay, I don't know. What the miracle? Even the miracle. Maybe stalemate. What's the hope? And now rook b6 is gaining another point. But we don't need rook b6 at all. We don't need it at all. Just g5, king g4, and just push.
You know, Valery, it reminds me of a very famous saying. I don't remember if it was Tartakovere, but he was talking about the game. The board is like.
She stopped the clock.
Yes, the Humpy won. They said that, of course, it's easy to win this position, and I will win this position, but somehow I don't get these positions. So Humpy is the player who gets those winning positions, and of course she is ruthless, and she is leading in her match against Son Yue-Xing. This is our last game, which is still in progress. So the pawn on h5 is still alive.
Still alive, yeah, because rook was on h1. Tan Zhongyi didn't touch that rook for a long time. It was staying on h1. But okay, without any, the position is without any problem for white. They can just stay on this diagonal with the bishop, just move left and right. So bishop h4 or bishop d8 does not matter. And of course, black could not improve. I mean, there is zero resources to improve it. Just no way. And on the same time, black also have to be careful. If they start moving the king, like to enter somewhere there, the pawns are very dangerous. Once the pawn goes to e6, without the king there, it's just winning for white.
So if bishop h4 here, let's just try a few moves. Rook g4. Where do you go with your bishop? And bishop d8, yes?
I have enough squares.
And
so
we have a move.
Bishop d8.
Vaishali started with the move bishop d8. I'm trying to find out because maybe we will.
What are they doing?
Maybe we will have.
They are calling for the score.
Some numbers, Valery. But you remember I told you that Vaishali is always having this maximalistic approach. So I'm wondering if she's the player who has spent more time than anyone else over the chessboard during this tournament. She's always playing long games, so tie breaks included, of course. So this is something I'm curious about. This is another long game.
Yes.
Yes. So
it is. Yes, it is.
60th move was just played, bishop d8, and since they've asked for the score sheet, so it means that they think that this game will go on for a while. Both of the players are determined.
Yes. Just we have the fact that. I mean, from other side, that's a fact that there is no resources to improve anything here.
Maybe they can check on f1, then play rook e1, but because if she plays, okay, and she starts, of course, with rook f1.
Yeah, now a small trap that on king g2, there is rook f4. So Vaishali is playing king g3, definitely. No,
yes,
king h4
you can
is
fall
also
asleep, you know, here, because even after king g2, you can still lose this pawn. Yes, so.
But you know what? Even if the white loses both of the pawns, it's still the draw. Just imagine.
But actually, maybe let's show it just because I think it will be very instructive, yes, for our viewers.
What do you mean? What to show?
Let's give up both pawns and to show it.
King
yes.
g2. This.
Just what do you mean? Because
this,
I think it's important also to show that
this, And this position is just theoretical draw because black could not promote. They could not promote simply just let's do it. For example, or I'm just staying on the last rank.
It's a very instructive moment. So if this endgame happens in your tournament practice, of course, so don't lose hope, because those are the positions that you need to know. And even if you lose the 2 pawns, there is no way for black to improve here. Check first,
check
yes.
on king h3,
And
bishop
then back.
c5, on rook a1, bishop g1. Now is a stalemate, rook has to go. If we just try to push the h pawn, it's not changing anything. So as the king goes on g3, we are doing the check. So if the pawn goes on h2, then we can just wait.
Stay, yes, of course, on this diagonal.
And even here is possible to stay. And that's it. The black could not improve. They just could not improve.
And that's how important it is to have this theoretical endgame knowledge, because it will allow you to save a lot of half points.
Yes.
And 1/2 a point can make a huge difference, of course. Valery,
Okay, I think we are doing a small mistake
in a
here,
tournament.
because if we stay on that diagonal, I just remember there is h2.
No, but
We
I
don't
think you have to
stay
play...
there. We have to stay in
yes,
another diagonal.
Bishop
Oops.
b5, yes?
Just a sec.
Because I was
I'll
trying
go.
to remember when you said that
I
bishop
also
b5.
remember right
yes.
now. We have to stay here. To don't allow, so it's long. Oh my God. Long ago, when we stay here, we have to stay there.
When the pawn gets to h3.
Yes, when the pawn goes to h3. If the king stays here, then we stay here. So if the king does not stay on h3, then we are just controlling this diagonal. And after pushing the pawn, we are just staying on the same diagonal. And now h2 is not dangerous at all, because just take this, and on king h3, bishop g1, and there is no rook a1 because of the stalemate.
And this is another theoretical, yes, endgame.
Yeah. So even in the best dream for black, the position is draw even there.
Valery, can you tell me, because you've been coaching for many years, of course, so, and if you have young students, how many hours do they study, and how much time do you dedicate to those theoretical endgames?
First of all, it depends what is the target of the student. It's very important thing, because some of the players, they just love to play for hobby, and just spend the free time on chess. Somebody is just making it as a main job. So let's talk when it's a main job, right? So when it is a main job, usually we're doing as a lesson, we're doing around 7-8 hours a week, and out of the lesson, the student is doing the homeworks for 2-3 hours daily. And what about the openings, the theoretical one? It is, if you mention that, it was happening. I mean, we can have that end games a little bit often, long ago, for example, 20 years ago, 30 years ago. No, it is very seldom to find out that theoretical end games in the games that the players are playing, but still you have to learn them. But going too deep, I think it's not so necessary, But this is so simple thing and so basic thing that, of course, the things like that, or the position of the Philidor in the rook's endgame, or the bridge, or so on, the things like, or even the checkmate with the bishop and the knight. Of course, you have to learn them. But I think that if you want to spend the time on endgame, the most important endgames, this is the rook's endgame. Then you can spend, even, for example, you can take a 3 months and daily spend 1 hour on them to learn it well. All other end games, I think that they are a little bit easier and simpler.
But I also think that even this end game made with the bishop and knight, it's like an elegant solution in mathematics. It allows us to understand how to coordinate pieces, how they
Yes.
work together, and it helps us to get better. By the way, we have rook g4, which was played, and now we reached the position that we had analyzed before. The bishop still has one more square on d8, and what if king e8 here? You will simply play bishop f6. Yes, and you will stay in this diagonal, and after king f7, king d8 once again. Bishop d8 once again.
Yep.
So for the moment, we have two decisive results. Hampi Koneru won with the white pieces against Song Yixin, and Lei Tinji defeated Nana Dzagnidze in one of the messiest games that we've seen in this event. By the way, Valery, now that we have some time, you've mentioned that you had a lot of students who were playing in this event. So please remind us, like a few. So you were having Alice Lee, even Carissa. So how many students did you have?
So
like over the years, yes?
It was, yeah. Actually, I was giving them some lessons about 4 or 5 years ago. And
Talia.
Talia
Yes.
Cervantes, it was Ip Carissa, it was Alice Lee,
Yes.
it was Gal Joka, and I think that's it for
So
this
a
tournament.
lot of young players, yes, who are on their way
Yeah.
to confirm,
Yeah.
their strengths. They're constantly improving.
Yes, and all of them are doing well. By the way, all of them are doing well. Of course, now they are on the different level, definitely. Maybe now I have to learn something from them. But for that moment, it was a big pleasure to work with them. And Tan Zhongyi is creating the new plan. She has a lot of time to make the different creations. Now maybe she can start doing the checks from the left side. But I don't know which one is the left in current moment. This is just a joke. Of course, we are just kidding. The position is dead draw. We already said that if the white loses both of the pawns, the position is still theoretical draw, but definitely black does not have enough power to capture those pawns without giving the h pawn. So what
Valery,
to
if
consider?
someone would just join the broadcast right now and listening to your previous explanation, you would think that this is a dramatic ending for a movie where someone is hanging on a cliff, is about, to fight for their life. But it's quite a quiet endgame.
Yes, of course.
But Tang still has 30 minutes.
So she can use
And
the
she
time
can
till the
try
end.
them. Of course, she's entitled
The problem,
to those.
Almira, the problem is that there is nothing to try. Physically, it's just what to try. That's the problem. If there is even the tiny thing to try, then of course. But black, as we already said, black has to be careful, because if the white pawns start moving, then black will be the side who gonna fight for draw. So, for example, even now.
Let's try after bishop d8 once again, rook g1.
Rook g1.
Just
yes,
to
this is what I
illustrate the
wanted
point.
to say. What's going on if I don't go back on h4 and I play e5, Almira?
Yes, but I actually had this question. I thought
And she did king f8.
if Vaishali can push the pawns. Maybe she's inviting Vaishali, to push e5. To soften the pawn on f5 and somehow...
Okay, I will. Let's go.
Let's try. So maybe rook on the fourth now, so that's somewhere.
That makes more sense. That's giving to black some advantage.
Yes, let's say rook a4. But maybe you can push e6 even farther.
Of course I will do that. Definitely I will do that.
h4.
h4, it's
Can
very
you push
interesting.
f6? By the way,
Can I win the game?
for the pleasure of seeing this position, so let's push f6 now, just to see if this can
F6 we
happen.
have to be careful because rook a6, but rook a6, king g4.
No, but just
So I just wanted to win with white somehow.
the thing is, the threat was after f6. I wanted to play bishop e7 and bishop somewhere, and then f7, f8 actually wins the game. So this line is forced. So
Wins? Maybe not wins.
no,
No,
f7,
because
f8.
rook stays on the 7th rank. And will
But
sacrifice
yes,
for f7.
if you are not in time. But let's say you're on the A and I play bishop c5, you have no rook a7. Yes,
That's correct.
So let's
That's
just show it.
So,
It's not
in
abstract.
case-
Yes. So
In
if
case of
just
what?
h3,
h3.
bishop e7.
7 check. King g8,
King-
e8 does not matter.
Yes, and then bishop,
And bishop
c5, and
c5.
you no longer have rook a7, and I think that white is winning here. Yes.
So what's going on h2?
And by the way, we are seeing
H2.
this position on the board.
We are now to create a puzzle, Almira. h2, what's going on there?
Well, actually, I wanted to move king e8, of course, but let's try this once again. So h3.
h3, bishop e7,
Yes.
king g8,
Yes, because I thought
bishop
that no, but I
c4.
can play. I don't need bishop c5
in that
here.
case, you
Yes,
don't need it
because
at
I can
all.
play
Come
f7.
on,
Yes. Why did you put the
yes.
bishop on c5? I couldn't
Definitely.
understand. Yes, because I was analyzing the position with the king on
Yes.
e8, because you
Yes,
need
yes,
to
yes.
attack the bishop on e7.
Okay, what do we have on the game? King d8. King d8. After f5, king e8. And bishop f6.
By the way, tomorrow, let me remind you, we are going to celebrate the International Chess Day, Valeria, of course, which is celebrated all over the world. Do you have a tradition maybe of your own, or in the chess club in Tbilisi? How do you celebrate this International Chess Day?
In Georgia, we are celebrating it. We
Every
have
day.
a big. No, I mean that day, the International Chess Day. We're doing a big event in Tbilisi always. Yeah, there are some chess events, then parties, and so on, so on. I don't have full information about tomorrow, how we're celebrating it, but definitely there will be something. There will be some surprises. And there will be a, Georgian celebration. So let's see. On my own, I'm not doing anything special.
So e6 is on the board.
Rook g1 was played.
Yes.
Tanjongi decided to don't stay on the 4th rank.
But maybe now she can come back on the 4th rank. Anyway, we know that it is necessary, maybe, so you do not allow the king to support those pawns. And she proved us wrong. Rook f1 was played, king e4. Black still can't play h4, but maybe now she can try to play rook b1 with the idea of playing h4, and if you take on h4, I will give rook b4 check. Let's try.
So rook b1?
Yes.
What's going on if I let you play h4 and I play bishop d4?
And you want to play f6 and
Definitely.
bishop c5. Okay, h4.
h4, f6. Now
Are you
I'm
sure?
already threatening something.
But after rook b4, I think that you're losing.
I am losing?
Yes, because
Are
you
you
have no
promoting
check
there?
and I'm promoting.
Don't tell me that, please. No,
You are
I
not,
don't believe.
You're not in the square.
I don't believe. This h3, king e5, h2.
Let's calculate.
No way.
Yes, black is winning.
No way.
Actually, this is one of the ways, but let's show the variation because it's very, very nice. Let's say king e5,
King
then rook d4.
Just take,
Yes,
and we are missing one
h3,
move.
yes, and we need this move because we need to play king e5, h2, king d6 to support our pawns, h1 queen, of course. And then this is it, f7, king f8, and we're missing one tempo.
Yes,
But
that's true.
Tom just played rook e1 and rook f1, so they're repeating moves for the moment. But let's say King e4, rook b1, with the idea of playing
Okay,
h4.
we can anytime go back, king f4.
Ah, king f4, yes. Yes, so that's
And
doesn't
actually
bring us anything.
King is on f4, yeah. They are just doing the checks. Now Vaishali is thinking maybe fighting for victory.
Can she play king g5 here?
h4.
And then h4, king h4, and rook
Okay, then just
f5, but then you play bishop g5 and e7, by the way.
Yeah.
Maybe this is one of the ways, yes, to force the draw.
But this is a moment when Vaishali is thinking to repeat the moves or not. Yeah, because she already was on e4, and now she is thinking maybe there is a better chance to. It could go to madness. King e4, rook e1. I don't think now Tan Zhongyi will have some risk because it's already risky, you know. I mean, you know what? When you have a chance to win, then risk is okay. But when you have no chance to win and you are just risking, that makes no sense, right? So that's why I don't think that Tan Zhongyi will start risking in this position with the black pieces when tomorrow will be another day, another game, and here we are. They are repeating the checks. Perpetual. This is it. Now it will be the handshake. And that's it. That's it. So we are waiting for the last move, king e4. It will be already the 3 times repetition. And Vaishali is still thinking. She is still thinking. What is she thinking about?
If she can stop the clock, of course, right now, and to ask the arbiter to intervene.
Isn't it better in that moment just to offer the draw to the opponent? I mean, isn't it more
because
comfortable?
king e4 will make its appearance for the 3rd time. She's just rechecking. She needs to stop the clock, to ask the arbiter to join the players and to claim the 3-fold repetition after king e4.
Yep. She can, as well as just play king e4 again. Yeah, or just offer the draw. Oh, king e5. King e5, rook e1 check. And don't tell me that now Vaishali will start risking. Yes, but I mean, white also does not have any resources. If the king goes on d file, then immediate rook f1. If nothing else, just rook f1, attacking the pawn, and just go back. It's a little bit unclear. Oh, there. Okay.
And here it
okay,
is.
maybe Vaishali just show up that even if I play king e5, it's even draw there.
This was the last game of our quarterfinals to finish. So draw was agreed between Vaishali Rameshbabu and Tan Zhongyi. Elaha Kadimova, the arbiter, signs the score sheets. So today we had 2 draws and 2 decisive games. So let us bring the results on your screen in a few seconds. Valery, how many chess boards do you have at home? I had this question.
You mean chess sets?
Chess sets, yes.
Oh, connected to that I had the chess, a small chess club. I have a lot of them.
And for 1 second, yes, here we are. You have Lei Tinji, who defeated Nana Dzagnidze. Hampi Koneru won against Yugzin Song. And 2 draws between Divya Deshmukh and Dronavalli Harika, and Vaishali Rameshbabu and Tan Zhongyi. So Son Yugzin and Nana Dzagnidze will have to win on demand. Only their trajectory is a bit different. Nana Dzagnidze will have to win on demand with the black pieces against the first seed of this event, Lei Tinji. And coming back to the chess sets, yes, but I mean at home, you know, club is one thing, but
No, I have those chess sets at home. I mean, I had a club, I closed that club, and now I have those chess sets at home.
I know
That's why. But for example,
I mean
if we-
different chess
yes,
sets.
yes, different chess sets. Three.
Actually, I tried to understand because I have a few unique chess sets, maybe created by the artist, but I realized that I have 7 chess sets and boards at home, including a chess set which I had as a child in Moldova, growing up in the Soviet Union. You remember with those
Yes, I have that also.
the pieces which were called
But
grandmaster pieces.
Yes, that's correct. But some of the pieces of my chess set missing of those Soviet Union one because some of them is eaten by puppies, you know, and some of them are damaged. So I don't have the complete pieces of it. But I know what are you talking about.
Of course. So this
the
is
wooden box of the chess that was opening here.
So this is it, the first round of the quarterfinals just concluded. We have 4 Indian players fighting for their spot in the semifinals, 3 Chinese players and Nana Dzagnidze, who have to win on demand and comeback in her match, and so does Sonia Xing. Thank you very much for watching. We will meet tomorrow, but of course, even after the end of our broadcast, you will have a lot of videos and highlights of the day. And just to anticipate the International Chess Day, happy Chess Day to you, of course, if we will not see each other tomorrow. But once again, if you are not there, you will have to write a note, you know, to me personally and to explain why. Thank you so much once again, and see you tomorrow.
Thank you.